All right. Welcome everyone online. Welcome everyone here in this room to Cultural Meanings and Changing Perceptions. I'm Teasel Muir Harmony. I'm a curator at the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum. We have a great panel for you today. Just a few small things. At 10 minutes, I'll let you know it's been 10 minutes, and at 12 minutes, an alarm will go off. So just to keep us on time and moving along, and I'll introduce each panelist individually before the presentation, and then we'll have a discussion afterwards. So the first speaker will be Karen Holmberg. She's a research scientist at the Gallatin School of New York University. She serves as the Engineering Writing Fellow at the Cooper Union and is a current faculty fellow of the Tisch Future Imagination Fund's This Is Not a Drill initiative, which explores public pedagogy to combine technology, the arts, and critical thinking to address climate emergency. Here.
Okay. I really appreciate when people make eye contact. Eric, you especially were very good at that yesterday, where you were looking out at your audience. I'm not going to do that because I'm going to digress too much and I'm going to get time out. So I'm going to stick a bit to a script so that I can just hit the points that I need to as I go. So while I was at a conference in 2018 titled The Right Use of the Earth in Paris, I was encouraged by a well-known philosopher of science, Bruno Latour, to conduct oral history interviews with one of the very first aerospace engineers hired by NASA. The engineer refused to speak directly to Latour, who was a stranger to him. He agreed to speak to me. He could see that it was important to me, and he was my father. He did several hours of interviews with me in August of 2018 and January of 2019. And I'd like to share a brief clip of him speaking.
I'm Neil Holmberg, reviewing my career with NASA. I worked for NASA for 39 years, and I had various jobs in various areas. The first project I worked on was the Nuclear Emulsion Recovery Vehicle for Goddard Space Flight Center. I was located in California, and the tracking, data acquisition, and payload recovery activity, as well as the launch activity, was within 100 miles or so at Point Mugu Naval Base and Vandenberg Air Force Base. And so I did liaison work for Goddard on the control system being assembled in Pasadena, California, which was a local trip for me for liaison, and also on the recovery effort of the payload. Now, the payload was a nuclear emulsion recovery vehicle. It was 18 inches in diameter, and the payload itself consisted of a slit with a drum of film that was exposed during re-entry through the Van Allen belt. And the film, to be analyzed by the researchers, had to be recovered as it splashed into the ocean. The launch was on a Javelin solid propellant launch vehicle, and it was a probe, so it flew as high as it could above the Earth, and then re-entered, ejected the parachute and chaff, and turned on tracking beacons for the WV-2 Lockheed tracking vehicle to identify the payload and its path.
So that was just to give you a feeling for Dad, but also for the low grade of my audio capture, that annoying click, 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 click. It was from a plug-in microphone for my iPhone that probably did more harm than good in the recording. But anything more extensive would have made Dad self-conscious. He was very self-effacing, and he quite honestly didn't understand why anyone would want to record him in the first place.
I'm Neil Holmberg.
Here. So hired when NASA was only 4 months old, through the span of his career, Neil Holmberg worked on some of the iconic scientific space projects of the Cold War. I listed many of those out in more detail in the abstract that we originally put in the program. As a project team member for the Lunar Orbiter program, he received a framed copy of the historic first photo of Earth from deep space, taken by the Lunar Orbiter 1 in 1966, as we all know. This framed image was on the wall of his hospital room when he died. I am now the caretaker for a trove of training manuals, mid-century engineering books, and pamphlets that show the shifting culture of NASA over the decades, including one fascinating one about midlife crises. And it seems that there was such a huge hiring influx all at once when NASA was brand new that they all hit their midlife crises at the same time. So what is striking to me about his career, though, is the vast gulf in the implicit assumptions of the missions that bookended regarding how we think of how we as human beings relate to the Earth system, to nature, right? Dad's very first NASA project, as you heard directly from him, was the Nuclear Emulsion Recovery Vehicle, NERV, which measured the radiation in the Van Allen belt from the experimental bombings that we did of it. And I was so thrilled that we had Starfish Prime starting out yesterday. We started bombing prior to Starfish Prime, smaller bombs. What NERV did was go up and measure that radiation amount the Apollo astronauts were going to have to go through. He was responsible for both the NERV rocket design and the recovery of the data from where it fell off the coast of Peru in 1960 with shark repellent, because it was only 18 inches and they were afraid the data might get swallowed. So the military act that prompted the need for the project implicitly positions the Earth as impervious to human action, right? For the very first time, we've identified this incredible phenomenon, the Van Allen belt, and our first instinct from a military vantage was, let's bomb it, right? So humans cannot like have an impact on nature is what that says. And I was happy to see this slide yesterday too. The Starfish Prime bombs of 1962 were celebrated with parties and postcards of the Aurora Borealis-like glow. We didn't just record or observe natural phenomena, we willingly transformed them and we celebrated it. NASA, or at least my NASA interviewee, was disturbed by and critical of the bombing of the Van Allen belt by the US military. Neil Holmberg's final space project was the halogen occultation experiment, HALO. It was a payload which examined the gases of the ozone hole to look at CFC destruction in the stratosphere. Neil Holmberg's final project before retiring was focused on the energy efficiency at the NASA Langley facility, particularly the energy-intensive wind tunnels and how the base could be more sustainable, potentially by burning trash from the city of Hampton, Virginia to create steam power. So it was hard for a number of reasons, as you can imagine, to do interviews with Dad. But one of the oddest problems that we had was an exceptionally loud, odd thumping noise that would happen periodically under the floor while we were recording. We were on the second floor of the large house in rural Virginia where I was raised, and the noise came from the drop ceiling below us. We didn't know what it was. Turns out 17 silver-haired bats had set up a colony in the drop ceiling. The noise probably came from the bats being chased by a snake, like the copperhead that used to curl up over my head for body warmth when I had a loft bed on the first floor as a child. Those bats are supposed to be loners. They don't live together in groups of 17. They temporarily live together in the autumn for breeding season, and then they migrate and they remain in movement and solitary. These interviews occurred in the summer and in the winter. There should have been no bats. Something is changing for them to want to be inside and together. There have been dramatic changes in that local environment in the past 5 decades. Many items that would have been added to my archive of NASA materials were destroyed in flooding that has become increasingly prevalent in the Chesapeake Bay watershed. That's only going to get worse with sea level rise, as we know. NASA's first 4 decades helped shape the way that we think about and understand our planet. The blue marble photo, Earthrise, the first view of Earth from deep space from Lunar Orbiter 1 were deeply influential in concepts of the environment, as we all know. I think it might be interesting, however, to reverse that directionality. As important as NASA genuinely is and how we understand the Earth system, I think that NASA and its projects also serve as a reflection or a mirror of the larger cultural shift in the way that we perceive the environment. I've framed Neil Holmberg's career as bookended by 2 radically different interpretations of nature via the NERV project and HALO. Starfish Prime and the bombings that mission preceded positioned the Earth as invulnerable to human action within one human's career span, which is a really short period of time when thinking about geological transformations or Earth system transformations, was repositioned as deeply vulnerable to human action to the degree that we realized it might have collectively used too much hairspray. It's such a vast change in only 40 years. There's a gulf that's nearly unfathomable there in those implicit assumptions. So the conceptual divide that we created between nature and culture is commonly described as Cartesian and credited to the early modern time period that produced the modern sciences. The conceptual rift that removed nature from culture in that time period is sometimes described with words such as revolution to convey how extreme the 17th century repositioning and rethinking and reframing of nature was. In the early 21st century, a clean conception of nature and culture and its divide feels more elusive as we consider the existential threat that anthropogenic climate change represents. Historians in the future, I think, may look back and find the latter 20th century to be far more radical and far more revolutionary than the 17th in terms of significance of how we relate to and think of the geophysical planet, the Earth system, in relation to ourselves. Is the latter 20th century the battleground in which that counter-revolution occurred? Possibly. Whether we officially adopt the epic of Anthropocene or not, we're certainly in a new era. Thank you.
All right, next we have Jeffrey Nesbitt, who is an architect, urbanist, and assistant professor at Temple University. And he recently received his Doctor of Design degree from the Harvard University Graduate School of Design. His research focuses on infrastructural urbanization, technical lands, and is currently working on a book that examines the 20th century American spaceport complex at the intersection of architecture, infrastructure, and aerospace history. Is that correct? Do you know how to do that?
Okay, thank you. It's really great to be here. I'm going to try to squeeze through this, so I'm going to go quickly. Paul Edwards in 1996 reminds us that the closed world perhaps includes not just the sealed claustrophobic spaces metaphorically marking its closure, but the entire surrounding field in which the drama takes place. As part of its early formation, NASA looked to craft its public image with a particular aesthetic. Rocket technology, of course, was its central figure, but also architecture too played a role in building NASA's image. By exploring the architectural evolution from early wartime hangars during the Air Force phase in the 1950s to NASA assembly facilities in early 1960s, I argue that the infrastructure of assembly became a part of NASA's image building practice, a space for assembling and exhibiting its modern machines. Architects in the past have described spaceport facilities as empty industrial boxes. However, these are not dull boxes, but present the federal government's attempt to generate architectural modernity, as space programs relied heavily on strategies for enclosing scientific activities, coordinating logistics, and simulating environments. The traditional European garden, an exterior curation of land and infrastructure, was used to demonstrate wealth, intelligence, and power. But by the 20th century, the garden was transformed, I argue, into a technological closed interior space. In the age of post-war modern machines and the Cold War conflict in full swing, the garden, previously understood as manicured exhibition of plants to showcase power, became enclosed as a synthetic environment for progressing technology and science. The spaceport landscape became the space of national enclosure. In 1962, Byrne and Rowe, architects from New York, were commissioned to design the Launch Operations Center's operations and checkout building. Repeated with a series of bays, the building is constructed from precast concrete panels, exterior columns, a flat roof, and includes horizontally wrapped ribbon windows. These all design features that are not uncommon among modern architects. Both approximately 500 feet in length, the mass includes administrative and engineering offices, and the other as a high bay for assembly, processes treated similarly to the clean rooms in the earlier version of Hangar S. On the original construction documents dated November 2nd, 1962, the two large masses were connected by an additional two-story cafeteria, conference room, and auditorium area. This is important to note for a few reasons. First, the space was never constructed. That the cafeteria, conference room, and gathering spaces for events would occur in the same building as the operations and checkout suggests that each building in the spaceport offers a variety of programs. In this case, the blending of machine and human programming. Secondly, although proposed in the architect's early drawings, the space between the two masses was abandoned and used for utility services, leaving a large void between the administrative offices and the assembly's high bay. The building design certainly embraces an architectural aesthetic through its seemingly logical expressions of the technical processes necessary for building modern machines, i.e. spacecraft, satellites, and so forth. As the assembly and office masses were constructed separately, the architects added an elevated and closed catwalk bridging over the exterior service area. And it is this catwalk which will become ironic and ironically, the most distinctive feature in the building's contribution to America's aerospace history. In 1964, you got to see this part. Okay, in 1964, all astronaut living quarters and checkout processes were transferred from Hangar S to this new facility. The astronaut crew quarters, however, were not placed in the administrative mass. Instead, they are located in the larger assembly building, where the same facility where the Lunar Excursion Module, the LIM, is being assembled and used for transporting the astronauts from the Apollo Command Module to the surface of the moon. This is important. The entire spaceport complex here signals a fully externalized natural environment, moving from one enclosed synthetic space to another. Neil Armstrong, Mike Collins, and Buzz Aldrin depart the operations and checkout building on July 16, 1969. Famously pictured, the astronauts are fully suited, carrying air supply systems, entering the wilderness of exterior space. Televisions around the world tuned in to the live coverage with Walter Cronkite. This brief 15 seconds between the exterior door to the astronaut transfer van is the first and last moment the public will see all three astronauts in their spacesuits. Astronauts enter the unknown wilderness between the two concrete columns supporting the elevated catwalk above, a 20th century gateway for occupying extraterrestrial space. This broadcast exit was so synonymous with the lunar sequence that by July of 2014, 2 years after his death, NASA has announced the renaming of its operations and checkout facility to quote the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. Commemorating the historical significance of the facility and its astronaut, the building now stands as an industrial artifact, veiled by memorializing the astronaut who first stepped out on the moon. Humans have reached the moon and nature is transformed. On the inside, suspended in the high bay, the LIM was no doubt on display. The operations and checkout building's high bay was not your average warehouse space. Highly polished white floors, a flat ceiling with recessed lights, make the space appear perhaps clinical, theatrical, or even another world entirely. Occupied by dozens of mechanics in protective hats, white lab coats to help eliminate particles from entering the craft, the entire volume was meant to appear synthetic, the laboratory for assembling and exhibiting a 20th century modern machine. But this idea of exhibiting modernity is not novel. Designed by Joseph Paxton, the Crystal Palace was intended to increase interior space for housing international exhibitions, spaces during the Great Exhibition of 1851. But like a glorified greenhouse, the Crystal Palace was shaped the space for the most advanced celebrated artifacts during its age. Because of its requirements to host such vast number of exhibitions, the production and technology went into the building. The facility was just as much as a display as the technologies on the inside. In both cases, the long, uninterrupted volume showcases to the world its most innovative technology. The Crystal Palace innovation is the iron in its framing, while NASA is in its ability to integrate the building into the process for assembling spacecraft. It is as if the machine could have never been constructed without the precision of its highly controlled environments that separates from nature entirely, an infrastructure of assembly as a synthetic stage for global exhibition. The space vehicle mock-up facility at the Manned Spacecraft Center, now known as Johnson Space Center in Houston, demonstrates a similar approach, perhaps even more analogous to the Crystal Palace than the Operation Checkout Building. Hope they're okay. The space vehicle mock-up facility in Houston allows visitors to traverse the entire 200 long laboratory. It's okay. Oh, I can do that?
Yeah.
Sorry, Jim. Upon entering an elevated platform, much like the Crystal Palace above, visitors look down on the exhibition floor. Staged with simulators and modern robots, the space seems more like an exhibition space than a truly robust factory for assembling the most advanced spacecraft in the world. Two other notable stops on the JSC tram tour include the Apollo Mission Control Room and Rocket Park. Mission Control is located deep inside the labyrinth structure of Building 30 with no windows to the outside world, though it is connected through communication signals to spacecraft orbiting the globe and lunar modules landing on the moon. After a recent renovation, the room now matches the 1960s era in every detail, including specific American branded cigarette packs next to the monitors displaying the lunar flights and mission data to appear as it did during the moment of the lunar landings. Separated by a glass window, visitors sit in stadium-like seatings to gain a full access of display monitors used to control the historical space flights. But the concept of the modern garden in the machine is perhaps most evident in the so-called Rocket Park, the last stop on the tour. The name itself indicates a strange relationship between the garden of strolls and leisure and modern machines involved in Cold War politics. Horizontally resting on the steel frame, the celebrated Saturn V rocket is housed not in a glamorous feat of architectural engineering, but within a shed on the Texas landscape. Even more bizarre and tied to the concept of enclosing the garden, the rocket sits unnecessarily on artificial grass, the same AstroTurf first invented in the sporting events of the massive Astrodome built in 1964, the same year, by the way, as the MSC opened its doors, in the same year the VAB was constructed. And yet it sits here, the Rocket Park sits here on this adjacent to Texas cattle grazing in the field of longhorns. Under the exposed pre-engineered steel frame shed lined with park benches along its side, the rocket becomes a caricature of itself and the so-called modern synthetic landscape in the United States. The machine is closed in the shed, but this time it is presented as an object of the nation's technological garden. The infrastructure of assembly as an enclosed system more directly reveals architectural's immediate associations with the process of machine assembly. The garden was neither a representation of a natural environment nor a synthetic construction of an idealized American landscape. Coincidentally, and often overlooked, the architecture aligned with processes and assembly through the spaceport complex from 1957 to 1964 and constructs a new garden entirely. The machine encloses assembly processes while producing an image for showcasing the concept of processing, replacing the wilderness overshadowed by the technical figure. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Luca Tanai, who is a PhD candidate at the History of Technology Department at ETH Zurich. His PhD project is concerned with near-Earth space as an essential resource for satellite-based technologies on Earth. The project draws on historical sources by NASA and ESA and investigates how near-Earth space was quantified and modeled between 1970 and 2010.
Well, first of all, I would say I'm so grateful to be here. Many thanks to all of you for listening to this short presentation on a paper draft called Stabilizing Near-Earth Space, NASA's Early Calculation Methods for Collision Probabilities, 1970 to 1975. Between 1970 and 1975, the American as well as the Soviet crewed spaceflight programs were abruptly redirected. The crewed spaceflight programs were abruptly turned away from the Moon and Mars and instead turned toward realms of outer space that lay relatively close to Earth. Simply put, the realms of outer space near Earth attracted new and unprecedented attention. And this new attention manifested itself in very diverse forms. Firstly, it manifested itself in a growing demand for a more permanent and more Earth-centered use of outer space near Earth. The keywords here are, of course, the newly emerging American and Soviet space station programs, Skylab and Salyut. Secondly, the new attention manifested itself in increased efforts for a more reliable surveillance of the outer space near Earth. Keywords here, the consolidation of space surveillance networks under NORAD, and the eventual standardization of the two-line element set. And thirdly, the new attention manifested itself in a broad multilateral discussion about the binding legal regulation of outer space near Earth. Well-known keywords here, the United Nations Liability Convention of 1972 and the Registration Convention of 1974. So my draft starting point in a nutshell, between 1970 and 1975, the realms of outer space near Earth were suddenly attracting new and diverse forms of attention. However, interestingly enough, at that time, between 1970 and 1975, there did not yet exist any specific notion of an outer space near Earth. There were no specific delimitations, quantifications, or models of a distinct outer space near Earth. There existed no specific separating features from the rest of the universe's seemingly infinite void and eternal expanse. What could have near possibly meant in outer space around 1970? So today's seemingly self-evident notion of near-Earth space, often divided further into LEO, MEO, and GEO regimes, had yet to be made. The notion of near-Earth space had yet to be produced. It had to be stabilized somehow. And precisely this stabilization of the notion near-Earth space puzzles and interests me. And it is this stabilization that I am trying to trace historically. And for this historical tracing, I've been investigating a set of technical reports, which were primarily written at NASA's Langley Research Center between 1970 and 1975, and are now mostly archived on NASA's technical report server. And the investigated technical reports offer an interesting take on this stabilization of the notion near Earth space. And this interesting take goes as follows. Outer space near Earth could be considered infinite, void, and eternal only as long as it did not hamper any crewed space station satellite services or planned missions. Outer space near Earth could be considered infinite, void, and eternal only as long as it did not somehow collide with any of NASA's interests. However, as soon as there emerged the first inklings of possible collisions among artificial objects around Earth, something fundamental started to shift. For any remaining void between the rapidly accumulating artificial objects had suddenly to be understood as a crucial and most of all finite resource for satellite-based technologies on Earth. Hence, the interesting take that technical reports from Langley offer is that the notion of near-Earth space began to be stabilized as soon as the orbits of artificial objects around Earth were the first time mathematically related to one another. So the thesis of my draft is that the notion of near-Earth space became inadvertently stabilized as a byproduct of the calculation of artificial objects' collision probabilities. And at first glance, I am aware this thesis might appear too abstract and very obscure. However, it appears much less abstract and much less obscure when looking more closely at an example of such a technical report. And this exemplary technical report on collision probabilities was written by David Brooks and Dale Bess, both working at the Langley Center, and Gary Gibson, working for the NASA contractor LTV Aerospace Corporation. And Brooks, Bess, and Gibson also presented their report at the 25th International Astronautical Congress in Amsterdam in late September 1974. And as you can see, the report is quite straightforwardly titled Predicting the Probability that Earth Orbiting Spacecraft Will Collide with Man-Made Objects in Space. And in Brooks, Bess, and Gibson's report, it becomes apparent how the investigation of collision probabilities inadvertently stabilized the notion of this near-Earth space. And it stabilized this notion of near-Earth space by performing 3 implicit translations. We'll keep it short and paraphrase these 3 implicit translations. The first of these translations led from specifying artificial objects' distribution around Earth to a first specific indication of near-Earth space's delimitation from the rest of outer space. Right at the beginning of their report, the authors make a somewhat puzzling statement, because they say, quote, as a start toward assessing the potential hazard posed by orbiting objects, consider a 1,000 kilometer shell around Earth. Nearly all orbiting objects pass within this volume, unquote. So do the authors stipulate near-Earth space to be a 1,000 kilometer shell around Earth? Not really, because later on in their report, Brooks, Bess, and Gibson described the artificial objects distribution around the globe in much more detail and with respect to the orbital elements. They eventually maintained that the artificial objects around Earth were mostly distributed in a shell that spanned between, they say, 400 and 1,600 kilometers altitude, so not unlike today's LEO regime. And by determining the artificial objects distribution on Earth, the authors implicitly delimit this distinct shell, a distinct volume, a distinct space, a distinct environment from the universe's otherwise infinite expanse. In other words, by investigating collision probabilities among artificial objects, near-Earth space inadvertently received a specific lower and upper boundary. The second implicit translation led from specifying artificial objects' collision probabilities to a first specific indication of near-Earth space's densities. Well, the main aim of Brooks, Bess, and Gibson's report was to provide an equation with which 2 orbits around Earth could be mathematically related to one another. And here it gets somewhat tricky, but the equation can be paraphrased something like this. In a first step, the authors tried to determine how many other objects' orbits that an object is intersecting on its path around Earth. And in a second step, the authors added the temporal component in order to find out if 2 objects on 2 intersecting orbits might actually arrive at the intersection at the same time, if they might collide. And using the just newly available 2-line element sets and an unfortunately not specified computer at NASA's Langley Research Center, Brooks, Bess, and Gibson were able to mathematically relate each of the known artificial objects' orbits to every other known artificial object's orbit. And thereby, the authors eventually came up with a first survey of collision probabilities around Earth. And by providing this survey of collision probabilities around Earth, Brooks, Bess, and Gibson implicitly attributed specific densities to their previously delimited shell to near-Earth space. So the third implicit translation led from specifying the artificial objects population's future growth rate to a first indication of near-Earth space's possible future. Early on in their report, Brooks, Bess, and Gibson interestingly state, quote, "It is not a question of whether or not the probability of collisions will become unacceptably high, but rather when this will occur," unquote. And to make it really short now, by determining a growth rate of objects around the globe and thus foreseeing an impending depletion of outer space as a resource for satellite-based technologies on Earth, near-Earth space was suddenly awarded with its own distinct future. This now delimited and densifying shell between 400 and 1,600 kilometers altitude became suddenly subject to a whole other temporality than the rest of outer space. A very brief conclusion now. I will skip a bit I will show you not my conclusion, but the conclusion of Brooks, Bess, and Gibson. I hope you can read it. And we'll just say that this is what interests me, because the paper has a very specific title. It's about artificial objects, and it's about collision probabilities. And this is their conclusion, and it says nothing about that. It's about something completely else. It's about space, it's about a vulnerable volume, a self-imposed environment for space flight, which the authors now start calling near-Earth space. Yes, the end has been a mess, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Luca. Next up, we have Matthias Wong, who is a postdoctoral researcher with Treated Spaces, an interdisciplinary environmental research group at the University of Hull. He is a historian of mental worlds and meaning making and particular moments of ideational change. Matthias is working on historical GIS project to recover indigenous cultural geography, and he co-leads a project to incorporate sociocultural values into impact assessments.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm excited to present to you some stuff I found in the Royal Society archives, essentially. Spent a few days there looking at reams and reams to give a bit of context of the documents that have been archived from a scientist called Colin T. Pillinger, who was very much responsible for getting samples from the missions from the Apollo and lunar missions, so NASA and the USSR. The Apollo, of course, being the manned crewed missions to the moon, and Luna, the automated sort of sample return missions from 70 to 76. So to give you a bit of context, why is this so interesting? Lunar rocks are interesting to me because they are essentially alien, right? So they're alien rocks brought from another world, traveling across outer space, coming back to Earth, going through the various bureaucratic processes of NASA and the USSR, and eventually landing on the shores of the UK. So my question here today is, what is the language that surrounds these objects? How are these scientists talking about them? How are these descriptions filtered through the lens of the Cold War, or this idea of scientific internationalism and scientific brotherhood across nations? So a bit of context: the Apollo samples were loaned by the US government to individual PIs, principal investigators in the UK, via the Science Research Council, which is sort of the organizing national body in the UK for all scientific research. The lunar samples from the USSR were given from the USSR Academy of Sciences to the Royal Society of London. So that's the sort of premier scientific body in the UK. And then the Royal Society decided in-house who would get these samples. So the story I'm going to tell here today is actually a story of a group of scientists who are desperately trying to get their hands on samples that they otherwise would have no access to. So we will see a sneak peek to the conclusion really is that they are imbibing a lot of these meanings from the people that they're getting it from. So let's look at the Apollo samples. So a press release in 1969 from the Science Research Council, this is the national UK science body, announces that 14 British university groups have been accepted, their proposals to NASA have been accepted to receive lunar samples to conduct their experiments. And what's interesting here is that the second point here, this is the UK participation in the arrangements under which NASA has generously agreed to release some moon samples for studies by scientists outside the US. So this is a clear sort of framing of this is in terms of our generosity of spirit. You know, we didn't have to, but here you go. In a letter from our Fricken, the assistant administrator at NASA for International Affairs, to B.G. Presley at the Science Research Council in the UK, he says, "You will, I'm sure, recognize the unique character of these materials makes it imperative to maintain close control over them. We will therefore welcome your close interest and support of this effort, essentially to supervise the transfer and the accountability of these samples once it arrives in the UK." What's interesting here is that these samples were actually brought via diplomatic courier to the American embassy, and the Science Research Council goes to the American embassy, picks it up, and then hands it out to various principal investigators who usually take the train down to London to pick up the samples by hand rather than by post. So these samples were couched in this language of science, as one might expect. Again, a letter here from, I believe it's Thomas Paine, Theo Paine from NASA, again to the SRC. And this letter was sent to adequate safeguard the sample, to ensure the adequate safeguarding of the sample. It says, "We realize," this is NASA speaking, "we realize that public interest in viewing the lunar samples is great. However, to minimize the risk of loss or compromise of samples undergoing scientific analysis, I ask that you contact us before you put anything on public display." And a letter right after that from to the Royal Scottish Museum actually tells them, "No, sorry, you cannot display any of these samples that we've just sent to you." So you can see from here that NASA's keeping a very, very tight rein in terms of what these samples are supposed to do and what people can do with them here in the UK. This material is of inestimable scientific and historic value, must be adequately protected. It will be attractive to the curious and to the otherwise motivated. Loss due to carelessness or for any reason, including theft, would be inexcusable in the eyes of the scientific community and the nation at large, as well as embarrassing to both your institution and NASA. Here's a circular from NASA: "Lunar sample security. Be careful with your samples!" exclamation mark. You may be assured that for you as a principal investigator and for NASA, the loss of a lunar sample is a traumatic event. This is followed by many, 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 many sample record forms where the investigators had to list down, where these have been transferred to, where these have been stored, all these different things have been broken down from bigger samples to smaller ones. So there are many, many, many of these pieces of paper. So the SRC, the UK body, sort of imbibes this meaning. It takes on really very strongly these meanings that are ascribed from NASA. So we've got a letter here from the SRC to a principal investigator that says, "It remains to stress the Science Research Council's concern that UK institutions involved in the sample program should recognize the probable consequences of failure to implement security procedures on NASA's policy of scientific collaboration with foreign research groups, particularly UK groups." So what the message is here is that please take care of your samples. If not, we'll never ever get any more samples in the future, ever again. There are some documents here about sort of safety plans and watchman patrols and the sound of the alarm being too similar to fire alarm. Very mundane, but clearly they're taking this on very seriously. The language of it, again, is all about science. So the British are replying to NASA and saying, "I shall endeavor to see that we make good use of the samples. You send it to us and we're going to make good science out of this." Another way of talking about sort of their scientific credibility here is by saying, as principal investigators of these samples, there was a rumor that the Apollo flights were going to get cancelled in 1970. So the British PIs are saying, "Why don't we send a letter of support to say, we found these really useful, please don't cancel the Apollo program." Other bits of legitimacy here. So the British form a consortium of principal investigators, and they do call themselves the sort of UK arm of NASA's Lunar Receiving Laboratory, which is where they cut up the different samples. And so they eventually get a big piece of moon rock, and then they slice it up and they send it across the UK. So they are really building a sense of justification, legitimacy, that we're doing good science here. I'll skip a little bit and talk about the USSR lunar samples. So in 1970, when the lunar mission is successful, Geoffrey Eglinton, the lead of lunar research in the UK, sends a letter, sort of exploratory letter to the USSR, to his contact there, and say, the investigators concerned with the analysis of the samples in this country are most impressed and excited by the developments seen in the form of Luna 16 and 17. We wish you every success with the future exploration and in the analysis. We saw the first pictures of the sample. We await with impatience the return of the materials, and I enclose reprints of some of my work. So they're not asking for samples, but they're saying we're doing good work on lunar samples here. Eventually, they do get some samples. It's 50, sort of 500 milligrams, 1 gram in total of samples. And in the act of transfer, so that's the official deed of transfer, that samples are intended here for complex investigations in scientific laboratories of the UK. So again, that language of science is coming out very strongly. These samples are being analyzed, so this is a letter of reassurance to the Russians. These samples are being analyzed by a number of workers in the UK. We hope to prepare a series of articles which will be published together. We look forward to doing some good science with it. Another one, putting their gift to good use. There is some stuff here around sort of the participation in the research conference in Moscow. The UK is clearly saying that we need to remain legitimate. We need to participate in these scientific conferences, whether it's to keep the relationship alive, whether it's to hear the news. So we've got multiples of instances of them saying, "Oh, we are here. We do the science and we are good at it." So one very clear document that I found was just titled "Reasons Why the British Should Have Luna 24 Samples." And it lists their research programs, it lists sort of their unique consortium approach, and all that. Okay, I'm gonna skip over some of these. So here's a little tidbit here. So 1976, Luna 24, the Brits say to themselves, to each other, we need to start approaching the Soviet Union because we know the Americans are making a move. So they know that they need to really get in there and they really need to stick the claim, essentially. So this is competition. And lastly here, there's a discussion about how when these samples are transferred to the Royal Society, they suddenly take ownership of it and all of a sudden they have a sense of independence. They can choose to decide what they want to do because with the lunar samples, these were gifts and these were not loans, unlike the Apollo samples that came to the US. Okay, there's a cute little thing about monster pumpkins, but we can save that for later for the Q&A. Wait, let me quickly summarize. So the conclusion here is that the UK was very much affected by all the meanings that were being given by the USSR and the USA. They needed to speak the language that these agencies were speaking because they didn't have that sort of power to create their own meanings. So they need to speak and behave on those terms, whether it's about security, whether it's about scientific sort of credibility and legitimacy. But clearly they played the long game. So they're always talking about what's the next big thing. There's discussions about Martian samples, about maybe the Russians will go to Mars, and they keep saying, we're sure you'll be very successful with that. Please remember us when you go to Mars. And that's my conclusion.
Take your PowerPoint down. Let's go back to the pumpkin slide, and then we'll do questions. What is
this? Is a fly. All right, so so this is a very random letter that's just tucked in the middle of a folder. It's a letter from a man called C. Roberts. He is the husband of a matron of an old people's home in Sussex. And he writes to a chemist in Bristol, and he says, several years ago, the old folks here asked me to grow a pumpkin on the grounds of this home. And he says, I did grow a pumpkin. I've been trying to grow a monster pumpkin. And up to now, my best effort has been 86 pounds. I'm interested in moon dust because I believe that there's horticultural potential. So some scientists thought, okay, maybe you can use moon dust and we'll do big plants. And he says, can I please ask if you could send me a pinch of moon dust to try under a pumpkin plant, which I plan to plant. And if you send me a small amount, I promise not to tell anyone where I got it from. So you will not get inundated with requests. We don't know whether he ever got the moon dust. There is no trace of this. I've not looked up C. Roberts and the old folks home. But I presume because they are the Apollo samples, they will never ever release them. They'll get sent back to the US. So that's the.
Oh,
Ask the panel to come up. I know there was moon dust put into on plants just to make sure it didn't kill the plants, but I have not heard of it as a beneficial fertilizer. Okay.
Yeah.
Back to the opening slide. All right, so I'll ask you all to speak really loudly, just so that the microphone on the computer can pick up your answers for the online audience. And to start off, I'll ask a question to everyone, pose a question to everyone, and then we'll open it up to a larger discussion. So the title of this session, I think, is really appropriate for pulling these papers together. So cultural meanings and changing perceptions. And so given the topics of your papers and some of your arguments about the changing perceptions of humans' relationship to Earth, the transformation of landscapes and symbolism in constructed modern spaces, the idea of near Earth space is limited and lunar samples and scientific exchange, I was wondering if you could say a few words on in what ways do studying meaning making and shift in perceptions contribute to our broader understanding of the history of NASA and the environment. Yeah, sure.
I suppose the one thing we take from cultural history is that everything we do is mediated by our circumstance, where we are, our training, our background. So it is quite an important dimension to realize, I suppose, that when we talk about missions, when we talk about the way that we describe where we're going, whether it's the moon or whether it's Mars. The past few panels here have clearly shown that we are very much affected by the way that we understand what we are examining and exploring. And so we do need to pay a lot of attention to sort of the language and the sort of meaning that we are posing, even if we think it's very useful, when it usually isn't. So we do have to pay a lot of attention to some of that discourse, and whether it has to do with gender or whether it has to do with colonialism or we live in that, we live in the genealogy, I guess, of thought and intellectual ideas. We cannot be distinct from that. So there is a lot to say about sitting down and having a look at what we are saying and how we're saying it.
I'll just throw in there. I started out my talk from this 2018 conference in Paris, where I ripped my paper apart the night before and rewrote it completely, and a lot of it was pulling off of at the time a very brand new book by Bruno Latour. And so my heart just fell when he walked into the room just as I was about to speak, because I thought there was no pressure, and it was like, oh, and I could feel like the tension going up here, and I had no option because I was on time. So I had to give the same talk that I had printed in front of me, and he really liked it, and raised his hand and asked a lot of questions, and then started speaking and went to a dinner party at his apartment where Anna Singh was there, and we gave her a mushroom farm. She just came out with mushroom at the end of the world. And the point being, I got to hear the first descriptions of, it was mentioned going on in the Hall of Gaia, these concepts. So this Gaiography, it was before it was published, one of his students, Alexandra Oren, a landscape architect, coming up with this new conception of this, that the critical zones concept looks into, like this blue marble idea of infinite space, and us being in that infinite space has actually done a disservice environmentally or in the way that we perceive of our impact on the planet, and that your waste, your pollution can just go off indefinitely into the sky, it can go indefinitely into the ocean. It's so big we can't really harm it. And the idea of And I watched Bruno like trying to explain to Anna Sim, who wasn't quite getting what this whole concept was saying, is like, pretend that it's a glove that you're turning inside out. And rather than thinking of all these, the stratosphere, the stenosphere, and all of this, that we are actually the core, we're the inside of the earth. This is something that was getting touched on yesterday, on and off too, of like, the terrarium, the Mars jars, like if we're actually enclosed and everything is there around us very close, you have a very different sense of how do I act? What do I do with my waste? Yeah. What about waste? Where's it if it's all very close? So these conceptions, like, is the universe big? Is it a small world after all? These types of things. I agree entirely how we're conceiving of these things. And if we're thinking of these, the importance of the intersections of critical zones, these small areas, rather than thinking of the gigantic global marble thing, it does change the way we
Maybe I can pick up
Please.
on that thing.
please.
Because for me, changing cultural perceptions of outer space is always the product, it's another book of frictions, right? People that get, in a sense, into conflict with each other, also on an institutional level at NASA. And it's now in my case, this new perception of outer space also spurs new scientific programs and new labs and work with light gas guns at NASA, etc. So I think it's always a catalyst, I think that's the word, of a changed look on outer space that is also an institutional catalyst.
I'm not sure what I can contribute. I guess just briefly, I like Matthias's point about mediation. I think in terms of my interest in the topic, that what I presented, what I've been doing is that the buildings in the background to the rocket technology contributes to the mediated images that are seen and saturated in our history of space exploration. And so quite literally, often the backdrop of images are in the facilities. And I think that it's important to recognize that there were interests by in the transition to NASA to modernize those facilities, and they aren't simply off the shelf industrial practices, because it's quite new. So they are unique and strange. The other thing I would say probably relates to maybe what you're bringing up, Karen. It relates to Jordan's work on the Mars jars, which is that nature ultimately becomes enclosed. And I think Kate and I might argue about this, but that the outside, the understanding of the outside as a natural condition is simply dismissed. And by the time we get to the 1950s and into the 1960s, we're constructing synthetic natures on the interior, and the outside wilderness is sort of pushed out, which is carried into questions of spacecraft activities in this modern era. So.
Yes.
So thanks everyone. It's always nice when a panel sort of comes together. It seems to me that I like each of you to sort of question the meanings of, indeed it's not sort of about waste, it's actually the inversion of about dirt, it's about cleanliness. The cleanliness is what is sort of bringing these things together. It seems to be that there's, when NASA is polluted and then the cleanliness at the other end is clear. What does cleanliness mean in these spaces when you have buildings surrounded by one of the most dirtiest technologies ever, the gasoline cars, the fields of gasoline cars. I actually don't think it's the building, I think it's the cars. Cleanliness, of course, was actually in yours, and cleanliness of what does cleanliness mean? Security regime. If these constructed meanings of cleanliness in the environment is clean, environment is natural, I think that there's something very interesting there. I wonder if you might sort of play off of those meetings with each other about the new and constructed meanings.
The lunar rocks story, I think we could probably pull on that. Do you want to?
Yeah, so there's a lot of description which I didn't put in here, but there's a lot of description about after the whole exobiology planetary protection procedure at the lab in Texas. But there are descriptions of how are these samples going to get transferred, right? They're going to put in vacuum tubes. There was a lot of correspondence about trying to understand what the procedures were, particularly with the USSR, how they handled those samples, because some of these scientists were working with organic compounds. So Jeffrey Eglinton was looking at organic compounds in the rock. So he was very afraid of contamination. So that, but again, different PIs had different experiments to do. So some of them were just not concerned. They just wanted to look at the rocks and the lights and the luminescence and all that, and they didn't really care about the organics of it. So you have these 15 forms where they say these are my concerns, these are not my concerns. And then they had to construct a whole flow of where the samples would go. So they would go to the people who needed the least contaminated samples, and then further down the chain where you had PIs who had experiments that didn't worry so much about this. So and that's quite interesting, because in terms of cleanliness, it gets progressively dirtier and dirtier as the rocks get broken up and sampled and washed and turned into fines. So that's an interesting story.
Yeah, Dr. Lanis and I learned this from you at one point, that it might be a cultural difference too. So the clean rooms for the Americans was one way of thinking about constructing these spacecraft and rockets versus the Russians. The Soviets were sort of operating on warehouse floors that were not sealed and not clinically produced. So that kind of relates to what you're saying, that we were talking about it as leaks, leaks of these kinds of things, that the clean rooms are maybe a perception, but not truly, because we've learned in the transfer of both the astronauts and the capsule and the rocks coming back, that there was tons of leaks along the way when there was concerns of back contamination, but ultimately that sort of failed as a protective.
I'll just interject with sort of on a more abstract level, nature, culture, from a Cartesian perspective, Mary Douglas, Claude Lévi-Strauss, raw, cooked, clean, dirty. These are the things, especially that's one of the things I took from yesterday too. These are the things that I think are so strange, confronting, unusual, different now when we're looking for 21st century. When we're talking about building structures out of urine and blood and saliva, when that conversation was going on yesterday about these new building materials. And what is it that's, cement for me is sort of near and dear, because it's an ancient Roman product from southern Italy that allows them to use this particular Pozzuoli, volcanic material to create the first cement. And so there's this historical trajectory there, and yet it's going to kill us all, isn't it? Cement's going to ruin the planet. And then what is, if blood and urine is considered a waste, that then we're allowed to then create this new form of cement through it? Like, what is waste? It's all. I think that's actually what's so freakish about this time period. Everything that we thought was solid is not.
Still stuck with redundancy. Because now that you mention cleanliness as the negative of bullshit, I've never thought of it before like this, but the cleanliness here in my project appears also when it becomes a problem, right? If there wouldn't have been the Skylab mission and the idea, well, okay, we have much bigger structures now circling a certain space for a longer time, thus higher collision probabilities, there might not have been such a spark in discussion about pollution and thus the normal state of cleanliness around Earth. So there again, it's this difference between pollution and waste becomes really active as soon as you have problems in the bureaus, in the labs, in getting funding or
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
Yes, we actually have a question from the live stream. So this question comes from D. McKay of Texas Tech. It's for Matthias. It says, wonderful paper. I look forward to see where you take this. I know the Natural History Museum in London, they have litter samples on display in the treasure room. Can you explain the circumstances of how they ended up there? Also, is this most material from the RS archives, or was it Runcorn's papers at Imperial? Was Runcorn interested in sample context? Is paleomagnetism work?
Few questions. Okay. The Natural History Museum sample, I believe, is a gift from the Apollo program. Because that's a sizable one, I think it's and that's, I think, gifted in the years after. So the ones that,
diplomatic gift.
thank you. Yeah, the scientific samples, the ones that that I've been talking about, were generally all returned back to NASA unless they were destroyed or used up in that sense. The papers that I've been looking at are all at the Royal Society Archives. So these were collected papers from Colin T. Pillinger and his boss, I suppose, Jeffrey Eckling, who was at the University of Bristol. There are some
It's like celebrating doing.
yeah. I'm good friends in Bristol, so the Runcorn papers, I've not looked at the ones in Imperial, but some of his work is represented because they've been circulated via the group, the Lunar Researchers Group in the UK. So some of it is represented within the Pillinger papers in the Royal Society. Yeah, but that's a good shout. I will have a look at the Runcorn papers.
Thank you all for great papers. I think they really held together well. I was really intrigued by all of them. My question has to do with in cultural history, we often deal with ideas, and they're all good ideas. I think that one thing that environmental historians have been not struggling with regarding cultural history, but aware of regarding cultural history is that often ideas stand in for nature. They stand in for the environment. It's not really about the environment or nature, it's about an idea. So the rocks are nature, but it's really more of an idea, right? And the buildings represent these ideas, but I'm wondering like where the nature is there. And then your father, there are these NASA programs that are investigating nature, but in your telling of it, nature is not really playing a role. I mean, Luca, I think you came closest to really picking apart how a nature is being formulated as an idea, and I really saw that. But I'm wondering if you have three, do you plan on engaging the material nature more, or is this really more about ideas? I guess what I'm asking is like, where's the environment here?
I can speak to that. Yeah, it was
And it's not,
tough.
by the way, it's not against this mind. If you are all about not doing that, I'm not trying to say that's wrong. I'm just saying that it's something to think about because the materiality of the nature can actually shape the way you're analyzing the history.
At parts that had to get chopped because you can't all to 10 minutes otherwise. I personally, like, I grew up on a back-to-the-land farm, so Dad was NASA from 1959, but they wanted my mother and father to, there were at least 5 copies of Rachel Carson's Silent Spring in the house, and we did literally live out of Whole Earth catalog. The catalog was right, the Whole Earth catalog for our DIY projects and how we would order pamphlets on animal husbandry, mushroom foraging, etc. And then Sears catalog was the only way to get clothes because we were so remote, you know, so far out there. So those are the 2 things in the house. And we had 60 acres of land and 40 acres of oyster grounds. We grew all of our own fruits, vegetables, slaughtered our own meat, we made our own clothes, we made our own cheese and yogurt. It was very much a, yes, he was putting things into space, but then there was a desire for a groundedness in that early environmental movement. I just find that tension, and I was so thrilled, Teasel, when we got that amazing tour of the One World Connected exhibition, to see the Whole Earth catalog there, because I've got, those are one of the things that like a stack of Whole Earth catalogs have survived floods, and I've got those in my apartment in New York City now. And I look at those, and I've seen those since I was a small child, but they literally did use that as a manual. And the fact that you are slaughtering your own rabbit and skinning it and salting the skin to keep after eating the meat, but then looking at an image of the Earth from space, on the cover of this catalog. I love that tension. It's very strange and unusual. It's not just this, futuristic cold, warehouse construction or I love Melody Yashar. We saw some of the images of the 3D constructions for Mars houses, but one of the things that I have been engaging with, because I'm a volcanologist, right? I'm an archaeologist, I'm not a historian of science. Right? So the idea that they were going to, that one of the NASA winning designs from 2015 was a space house, the Mars ice house, that could 3D printed by robots out of ice in a volcano, Alba Mons, on Mars, in order to protect us from radiation. That flipping of risk, like the volcano is what endangers us here on Earth, in that we've got that Pompeii Vesuvius thing stuck in our heads from everyone seeing the grand tour and going back to their respective, wealthy households. And it's just how nature and culture intersect. And all of a sudden, the volcano that which threatens us here is going to protect us on Mars, really? And then they had to pull back after that. So Melody Yashar, who I've been in contact with a lot, consider her a friend now, then had to do a new design because they decided that rather than ice, it needed to be made of regolith and it needed to be more of the equator area of Mars. And so now they've got a whole different structure. But these things, and I guess it's the rocks. Again, it's true. The moon rocks were the stand-in there for like that material nature, that geophysical nature. Like, how is it that we conceive of all these things? And is there some kind of perfect futuristic clean thing? And these designs of these Mars houses, they have all these nice hydroponic plants and things like this. Like somehow that's going to make me feel more natural. And that's, I don't know. I'm just going to stop there and be like, yeah.
I think what I'm getting at is like the rock, because if it was flags that they were giving out, right? It would be a different narrative, right? But it's a rock. And that's important that it's a material nature. So, but you don't engage that. So that's what I'm trying to get at is that difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get what you mean. Teasing out the material strand of this will be important, I think, because I focus a lot on the ideas of it, but actually it's very much because of the science. It's so important that science is grounded in what the rocks are. And what I've not shown is these multiple reams of talking about the scientific nature of these rocks and how they're going to be broken apart, how the samples were chosen. Some of them say, I want the ones that were in shape. I want core samples. I want to study the ones on the surface because they had meteoric impact. So there it is grounded in on a material level for sure. And that's where the science is validated. So that's a very important link there, and I'm glad you brought it up because it's something that it's sitting in the background and it's like the elephant in the room. It's not as exciting, but it is very important because it's right there. Yeah, so thank you for that.
I might get in trouble for my response.
No.
But I think nature is a problematic term to begin with. And not to get too philosophical about this, but I don't think nature ever existed. It's a human constructed idea already. So I teach an architectural theory class. The first lecture is titled Demystifying Nature's Dichotomy. So the whole argument is that the thinking that something is natural and something is human made or synthetic is a false sort of separation of things that exist in our environments. And so that's where I would probably begin. I'm happy to continue, but I get tomatoes thrown at me.
Well, I totally agree with you, and I understand what you're saying about nature being one of the most complex words in language. But if it's everything, then it becomes nothing. So there has to be a line that we draw somewhere, and you draw it as the author, right? In your project, you draw the line about where you see the body line or not, right? So I think what I'm saying is that maybe be more upfront in paper about this issue.
Maybe I'll answer too. I'll replace the word nature with environment or operational environment. I know. And for me, it is definitely the idea and not the concrete thing. Because in my presentation, of course, I cut the most important part out. That they were the first group that acknowledged that there were many artificial objects that were not perceivable from Earth. So it's a big known they describe the big known unknown between in this shell of 400 to 1600 kilometers. And this stays like this when the Cosmos and the Iridium satellite had a collision. It was not foreseen. It was not, they didn't even say that it would be a close encounter, right? So it was all, it's the whole time this idea of a danger, of a hazard, of a known unknown that that persists. And I'm really interested in the well, also the institutional works around this known unknown, especially when there occur events where well, different labs or different groups have to say, oh, our models just collapsed. They were obviously not right, because in 2009, for example, there was the collision, right? And it was not foreseen. So it's this constant idea that goes along.
I guess along the lines that you're bringing up, it's maybe more a comment than a question, but it seems that in all of these cases, and I'm sorry I missed your talk, but the idea is that we deal with the unknown by trying to control it, to get a grip on it, right? And we define nature as a way to kind of to keep out this knowable danger, to protect ourselves from it. And I wonder, you brought up Anna Singh a lot and Latour, and I wonder if you're thinking through your projects at all about this kind of anxiety and the definition of nature by the known, so that we're not surprised with the terrible unknown. And I love, Jeff, what you said about the dangerous 15 seconds of walking in the wilderness, right? And so I guess I'm curious about how the wilderness might be articulated in each of your projects, that if we think of it as the antithesis of nature, what's left. Hopkins.
So it's interesting because you see this evolution, right, from the very beginning, this planetary protection and this quarantine that you have with these samples, and this real fear that we might bring something back, and then that goes away decently quickly, actually, and then it gets sent to the seas, and there's talk about, right, so how do we contain these samples, but then they get released in the lab. So in terms of thinking about wilderness, that's interesting because you're capturing something that's pristine, something that is untouched, and there's all this discussion about contamination, and are we getting a true representation of a lunar sample, and what are the intervenings of procedures that so they're very concerned about it. And that goes back to that point about the materiality of it. It's because of what it is, what it's supposed to be, that they're so concerned about what the processes have been. And I don't know whether that goes back to a sense of wilderness, but the idea that science has to deal with what is out there, what is unmediated. Is that it's a constant, maybe it's a scientific matter. I guess that's the basis of it. The fact that we need to get accurate data, we need to get something that is untouched, and only then can we do good science. And that's the message that I keep getting to. But thinking about the wilderness, how might we capture the wilderness and contain it, and then bring it into a lab where we subject it to analysis? Really containing that nature, but also recognizing that actually at some point you've got to let it out. And it has to be processed, it has to be, but even that process of letting it out and breaking it down is documented very, very, very clearly. They say we use 50 ml of the solution, clean it, and it produces this amount of fines and this amount of rocks, and then these rocks will go here and fines will go there. It's very mechanics, but that's good science, right? that literally is what science is supposed to be, to document it at every step of the way, so that when you pass it on to the next team, you know exactly what's happening to it.
I think there's two kinds of wilderness. There's one kind of wilderness that is constructed. It's like an American ideology of desiring to be in a place of wilderness or sublime, subliminal experience. And then there's another kind of wilderness that it's a colonial act of being able to measure the wilderness, then can be controlled and I don't know if that makes sense, but I think there's maybe the problem with wilderness is that there's two kinds of wilderness. There's one of the desirable and one of the desire to be controlled. Those might be two different. I'm not sure. You should read the trouble. It shows up.
And then watch Into the Wild and then put it together.
Yeah. And Ruma Guha also talks about wilderness as an American.
Yes.
You can do it. I was thinking about control throughout these as well. Thank you so much for your papers. I think I maybe want to take a step further, think about cultivation, since you're talking about synthetic garden space. Actually, we showed that picture of the rockets. I thought you were going to go to the rocket garden, which is in the background of the shed, right? But that is not enclosed, obviously, it's sort of external space of its own.
Yeah, it's mixed.
Here we go. Yeah. So I've always found that kind of the terminology that kind of intriguing me this time. So I don't give a thoughts about that. But my question about cultivation. If we're gonna, I know that we're trying to problematize the idea of nature here, but what I'm curious about as I'm hearing you continue to discuss your papers is maybe if we're not going to talk about nature as some sort of separate category, can we think about the non-human here, right? So in each of your papers, the non-human is kind of a force that is shaping, right, these efforts at control and cultivation, whether it's a moon rock or near space itself, or radiation belts, or right, these kind of synthetic spaces, right? So what I'm curious is, in each of your various research programs, do you at all engage or grapple with the idea of the non-human resisting these efforts at control and cultivation? Just give us a little taste of that, if so. Sorry, am I that guy?
I do very much, but it has nothing to do with my paper today. In that I deal with volcanoes, and no matter how much data we collect, and how precise and how good our data collection is, we're not going to control them, we're not going to predict them, we're not going to understand them to a point where we can prevent them from erupting. They are bigger than us. I think that's what draws me to them in the first place. That they are for me this proxy, this exemplar of the natural world, the geophysical world, nature with a capital N, whatever it is that's bigger than us and is impossible to really control it. And I think that's what a lot of people get out of space as well. When I've been hearing for the last 2 days a lot of people talking about, I've been in love with space since I was a child. For me, that was the volcano. Like it's this thing that's, and the sublime has been mentioned as well. It's so much bigger than us. It's so much more complicated. And there's a magic to that science can never tamp down. And so we can't predict. We're always learning new things. Say like we never knew about St. Helens, we knew it might erupt. It erupts. We're like, holy shit, just to the line with us, the side. We never knew that a volcano could do that. We thought it went up. You're constantly hitting up against, and again, the NASA Langley facility put out a book in time for its 100th anniversary called The Unknown and the Impossible. And that's what it's trying to like encapsulate all of these things. Like how do we understand that which is bigger than us? So yeah.
I was just thinking maybe I should clarify. Thank you for that. That's relevant. Yeah. Just to give the Mathias work as an example, right? How does the moon rocks themselves, right, exist in the way that like they were collected by humans and shaped by humans, right, in the path back to, to the earth and then distributed. But how did and even the material attributes of those rocks like influence the way that they're handled, influence the way that they're controlled?
Yeah.
Right?
So some of the language that I'm looking at, particularly with the Soviets for some reason, they describe the rocks as a window to an ancient past. So that's open my papers about the Brits. So I didn't talk much about the Soviets, but it's something that the Brits have agreed with. The fact that these rocks were going to be a way to gaze back at an ancient Earth. That it has been tucked away safely ensconced in a no atmosphere moon. And that's the language that they use. this is our one chance to look at core samples to understand what Earth was like something years ago. And that's, I think, that's some of the sublime that they're trying to reach. You know, through science, we can understand the impossible, to go back in time. I didn't see as much of the language reflected in what Fritz was saying, but partly because I think some of the material that they've collected there is very scientific, it's technical literature. You know, they talk about the importance of understanding the exposure, for example, to sun or meteoric impacts. They talk about the potential of these rocks to understand basic chemistry, basic solar chemistry, solar system chemistry, or inner planet formation, and other stuff. They don't wax and wane about, you know, the real poetic nature of it. It's very technical. But the Soviets do. When they talk about, when, you know, in their press releases, for example, you know, they say these are fundamental questions that we want with samples. And Britain, they don't say much, but they do.
Do they really, I mean, I have a perverse question, do they really care about the rocks, or is it a status to connect themselves to the Soviets and the Americans as a political stature? Or are there real scientific interests to study this?
I think there is real scientific interest. You see a lot of jockeying for samples to build relationships, good working relationships with people in Moscow and people in NASA, especially it means the Manned Space Rock Center. So Jeffrey Eglinton is actually a panel member in the Lunar Samples allocation team in Texas. So he does travel to the Lunar Science Institute, and sits there, participates in that discussion, and then feeds the information back to the Brits, saying, you know, these are their priorities, this is how we should structure our research program. But there is a core, it's not very big, but there's a core of lunar sample researchers in the UK, and they are desperate to get their hands on samples and to keep that possibility wide open. So is there politics in there? There is, but I think they downplay it in the sense that they don't go through political channels. They go through the Royal Society, which is a scientific body, and their partner body in the USSR is the Academy of Sciences. So the idea that it's a scientific brethren and untainted by politics, even though some stuff eventually gets couriered or they push through diplomatic channels to ask the embassy officials, the UK embassy officials in Moscow, to ask to get a response from the UK Academy, the USSR Academy of Sciences, because they're not hearing back from the Soviet scientists, and they ask the embassy there, their scientific attaché, is there something wrong? We've not heard back. Are you getting any information about these samples? That they want technical information, and they're not getting it. And the embassy will be this is, I am trying, not heard back. We just have to wait. So there is a level of politics to it. I think it's not very strong. I think it's partly because it's couched in that language of scientific internationalism.
It's going to be obscure. It's difficult, you know, to say if space debris is, how shall I say, is making it itself ungraspable, so to speak, because it's per se mediated. It's space debris, the bigger parts are two-line element sets, and the other are some scattering from different sensors and guess, I guess. So they only become perceivable in a sense or material when they collide. This when we talk about the friction, it's only when you see that they collide and you have to say, oh, it's not 2 TLEs anymore. It's 50 and thousands of others. So these are the only points where they become graspable by the collapse of the current models, in a sense. I warned you, it's obscure. But does it make any sense?
Yeah, I think that's just down to six.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah, the collapse of Western civilization is the one.
Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for this panel. So hopefully the conversation can continue over coffee, but please thank our panelists again.
My mom texted me.
Thank you for sharing.
Oh. We're gonna.
My dad and Nick Brooks. Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Okay, here we go. Everyone. Thank you. I am not Margaret Whitekamp. I'm from the National Air and Space Museum. She wasn't able to make it this morning, but I'm here to substitute as the moderator. We are at session 5A, Photography, Gender, and Science. Very excited to be here. And what I'll do is I'll introduce each panelist, let them go, and then I'll introduce the next panelist and let them go. And then I'll try to pull together a question. I will pull together a question for each of them to answer it first, and then we'll open it up to the audience, okay? So our first panelist is Allison Fulton, who will be participating virtually. Allison is an English PhD candidate at the University of California, Davis, with a designated emphasis in science and technology studies. Her dissertation examines how 19th century American scientific disciplines were brought to form through gendered and radicalized craftwork technologies. She recently published a co-authored essay in the Plant Humanities Lab. Her work has been generously supported by the American Antiquarian Society and the Winter Library. So she'll be participating virtually. I will get her up here, and then hopefully we'll bring her in for the Q&A as well. Okay. So here we go with Allison.
Hello, my name is Allison Fulton. I am a PhD candidate at the University of California, Davis, and I will be presenting a paper today that is titled "The Sun Tells Its Own Story, Seeing and Unseeing the Environment Through Maria Mitchell's Solar Photographs." Before beginning, I want to take a moment to acknowledge that the land I'm occupying here in Sacramento is on the territory of the Nishnawbe people. I'm grateful and honored to be here today on their traditional lands. Writing in the popular American periodical Hours at Home, renowned female astronomer Maria Mitchell recalled her experience of the 1869 total eclipse standing in the flat Iowa landscape, gaze transfixed on the sky as the moon slowly slid over the sun. As she described the strangeness of the event, she highlighted the technology used to study the total eclipse. Quote, "The photographic pictures, accompanied as they were with chronographic records, will be of value even as measurements of precision, and the spectroscope showed itself capable of noting first contact." End quote. Her recounting of the event foregrounded the camera, chronograph, and spectrograph, three instruments integral to the practice of 19th century astronomy because they allowed observers to visually capture their observations and note relationships between time and space. For Mitchell, these instruments were requisite for astronomical studies because, quote, "the sun tells its own story through them, and the narrative can be read and interpreted at leisure." End quote. This moment marked the beginning of Mitchell's commitment to telling the sun's narrative by experimenting with astrophotography, using a handmade apparatus that projected telescopic images of the sun onto photographic plates. By 1873, with the collaborative assistance of her female students at Vassar College, she was one of the first scientists to be taking daily photographs of the sun, many of which featured sunspots and planet transits. Mitchell was experimenting with photography at a critical historical juncture for the national and international astronomical community. Astronomical study was morphing from observational astronomy, which was characterized by more qualitative and aesthetic approaches, into contemporary astrophysics, which relied and continues to rely on more quantitative approaches to tracking and explaining the cosmos. And yet the astrophysics of the late 19th century that Mitchell and her contemporaries were engaged in still resembled popular astronomy in many ways. According to Charlotte Bigg, early astrophysics was constituted across physical spaces, activities, and in print. More specifically, in the laboratory, the observatory, on the eclipse expedition, in the lecture hall, and in newspaper or magazine columns. All of these places and spaces were, quote, "integral to the practice and identity of astrophysics." This was where the new science was not only communicated, but in part elaborated, articulated, and conceptualized, end quote. Within this disciplinary shift, astronomers were trying to determine if nascent photographic technology could be relied on for astrophysical study. Both amateurs and professionals alike on both sides of the Atlantic had been experimenting with the new medium of astrophotography since the 1840s, 3 decades before Mitchell, but it was not until the turn of the 20th century that it was accepted as a research tool in astronomical research. Many practitioners remained hesitant, concerned that the photographs introduced too much error. Other scientists like Mitchell sought to integrate the technology into their scientific practice. In the rest of this talk, I want to examine Mitchell's ritual collective documentation of solar photographs, and with Biggs' assertion in mind about print as part of the arena where early astrophysics was developed, her popular writings on collaborative scientific work, to demonstrate how Mitchell established space photography as both a tool of astronomical study and an apparatus for weaving cosmic narratives into our daily lived environments. When Mitchell started taking solar photographs in the late 1860s, she joined a select group of astronomers and technologically adept amateurs who had been experimenting with astrophotography as early as the 1840s, when John Herschel had ardently advocated for the application of photography to the systematic observation of the sun, particularly to record and analyze sunspots. On April 2, 1845, French physicists Léon Foucault and Louis Fizeau took the first photograph of the sun using the daguerreotype process. Displayed here on the left side of the screen, the photograph was taken with an exposure of 1/60th of a second and shows a few sunspots. From 1858 to 1872, Warren de la Rue photographed the sun daily at Kew Observatory, which generated statistical studies of sunspot activity. One photograph example taken in 1861 you can see here on the right side of the screen. In 1874, astronomers in America and Europe sought to photograph the transit of Venus to determine a specific value of the solar parallax, or the mean distance between the Earth and the Sun. The photographic methods were intended to, in historian of science Aurora Hull's words, quote, eliminate differences in observation, end quote. But because no consensus could be reached on instruments or photomaterials across the different image-capturing exhibitions, the observational results of the photographs didn't match up and thus were largely deemed a failure. Mitchell, like these male scientists, was invested in figuring out how photography could become a reliable research tool for astronomical study. She was equally invested in, as I mentioned previously, how solar photographs could simultaneously weave cosmic narratives into daily lived environments. Understanding this latter dimension of Mitchell's solar photographs is best accomplished, I want to suggest here, by approaching them as photo objects, a concept developed by historian of science Omar Nassim to describe how material things become recognizable objects by accruing a specific set of meanings, depending on their sociocultural, physical, and intellectual positioning. For Nassim, astronomical photo objects of the 19th century were never predetermined, but rather, quote, had to be coaxed into their positions and prepared for astronomical use, end quote. Their handling, who handled them, and how they were used, down to the ways paper and glass were manipulated in and around the photograph itself, were part of the negotiating process of creating a stable photo object. While Nassim talks extensively about the presence of paper notebooks and scraps of paper as transforming photos from things into objects, I want to consider how Mitchell's published popular articles and practice of regularly photographing the sun with a group of women specifically shaped her photo objects. Mitchell's popular articles and solar photographs insist on the importance of discursive and visual aesthetic environmental narratives to the study of space by raising the question, what does it mean to see and to unsee our environment? She makes frequent reference to the interplay between the seen and the unseen in her popular articles, using this dichotomy to urge her readers to consider how their own observing bodies constitute reality through particular social situations. Describing an observational situation in another Hours at Home article titled Watching the Sun that was published in 1870, Mitchell stresses how, quote, in so minute an observation there is needed a combination not easily found, a fine instrument, good air, and a practiced observer whose judgment is not influenced by preconceived ideas. There is always danger that a routine observer may see what he wishes to see, end quote. And a few years later, in published reflections concerning the 1878 total eclipse that she also photographed, this time from Denver, Colorado, Mitchell proclaims, quote, besides learning to see, there is another art to be learned, not to see what is not. If we read in today's paper that a brilliant comet was seen last night in New York, we are very likely to see it tonight in Boston, for we take every long fleecy cloud for a splendid comet, end quote. Here, a hypothetical comet sighting is employed to raise reservations about relying solely on the social world to determine environmental awareness. To suggest that the newspaper may condition its readers to believe in a world of objects that don't actually exist, Mitchell pushes her audience to re-examine the established habits that underlie their visual sensory perceptions. For her own scientific practice, she manifested the practice of seeing and unseeing the environment through the repetitive act of photographing the sun. For Mitchell, women were particularly suited to this involved, quotidian, almost domestic task of solar photography. Quote, "The observations of sunspots are well suited to the ordinary everyday life, especially of women. The delicate outlines of form and slight changes of light and shade seem to demand highly sensitive perceptions in the observer." In Mitchell's estimation, her and her female students' gendered attention to built and natural environmental aesthetics and their propensity for physical domestic tasks was well suited to redefining the practice of seeing the environment as a palpable making process within the everyday practice of science. Photography is a chance to consistently confront the seeing and unseeing of the solar environment on not wholly visual terms of the finished photo object, but via the tactile motions of fiddling with glass or determining chemical mixtures, all within and alongside a circle of fellow women scientists. Here's a photograph that Mitchell and her students took of the 1882 transit of Venus that was, like the 1874 photos, unable to confirm the distance of the solar parallax. Even when this singular photograph failed as a research tool for a specific research agenda, as many astrophotos of the time regularly did due to visual distortion from overexposure, lack of focus, or issues with regulating magnification, for Mitchell, the photograph was still part of this larger daily repetitive practice of making the previously invisible solar environment newly visible. 150 years later, visual media are intrinsic to NASA's research and popular understandings of space, as evidenced by the recent stunning images produced by the James Webb Telescope. Mitchell's vision for astrophotographs to be part of the stories of the everyday is currently being played out on social media, where brilliant, crisp images of cosmic environments, be they planets or nebulae, are circulated, meeting viewers as they go about their own daily activities. It is worthwhile to return to the late 19th century moment when scientists like Mitchell were experimenting with emerging photographic technology to better understand the historical precedents for how photographs have been and continue to be used to tell new stories of everyday environments.
Thank you, Allison. Do you know if Jim Fleming is on? I know he's gonna, he recorded it, but is he available to see what's going on?
He's on the last channel.
Yeah, how do I go to the Zoom?
Yes.
Do I go to? We don't know.
Stop the screen share. You should be able to see it.
Don't stop the screen share.
Sorry.
I'm definitely here.
Oh, good, Jim, great. Okay, great. Thank you. Awesome. Let me get out of this. How do I, there we go. How do I close this? Sorry. This one. Jim is next. Jim Fleming is the Charles A. Dana Professor of Science, Technology, and Society, Emeritus at Colby College. He is the founder of the International Commission on History of Meteorology, was a contributing author for the IPCC, served on 2 National Research Council study panels, and is series editor of Palgrave Studies in the History of Science and Technology. His talk today is titled Joanne Simpson in the Tropical Atmosphere. We will listen to the recording and then we'll have him Q&A.
This is a presentation on Joanne Simpson and the tropical atmosphere. Her study of the tropical atmosphere led us to new understandings of the tropics, especially through her work at NASA. I've told elsewhere Joanne's life story and a story of women in meteorology told through her experience. She was the first U.S. woman to earn a PhD in meteorology at the University of Chicago in 1949. She was also the first person to make a computer model of convection. Her hot tower hypothesis is well known and basically speaks to the idea that the large cumulonimbus clouds in the tropics control the tropical circulation and in some ways the Earth's general circulation. She was able to experiment on clouds and experiment on hurricanes through her work at the NOAA. She brought us a new understanding of the tropics and was the chief scientist for TRMM, the first radar flown in space. I'll only have time in this presentation for the last 2 points. Joanne was raised in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and she was a child of a mother who really did not care for her or love her. This is from her archive, a photo of her, a sad-looking girl who indeed felt sad at the time. I was a dejected child when my brother was born, and I was very sick with the measles. The theme of rejection from her parents, especially her mother, motivated her to reach for higher accomplishments elsewhere. She went to the University of Chicago and studied science there to get a new start in life. She trained weather cadets in World War II during a crash program, but she faced severe discrimination as a graduate student. Her advisor is noted for saying to her, "No woman has ever earned a PhD in meteorology. No woman ever will. Even if you did, no one would give you a job." A senior colleague once commented, "It's ironic tragedy to see the brain of a man in the body of a woman." Her mentor at the time was Carl Gustav Rossby, notably the most famous meteorologist of the mid-20th century. And he was supportive up to a point, but in a patronizing comment, he said to her, "Your work on cumulus clouds is a fine field for a little girl to work on. They are unimportant, so no one else is interested, and you can stand out like a sore thumb." Now, Rossby was mainly a theorist. He didn't put that much emphasis on observation, but Joanne really did, and she showed him wrong in later life. In the 1950s, tropical meteorology was motivated by forecasting needs in the Pacific. Of course, there were needs during World War II, but also there were new needs during the bomb tests of the atomic era. The tradition was a climatological approach in which seasonal and annual averages were seen as the way to understand the tropics. The day-to-day weather was very little deviation from average conditions. The northern meteorologists, all men and all northern, were trying to impose the Norwegian air mass analysis system on the tropics, searching for a mythical equatorial front. The Rossby School was looking for upper air perturbations to generate the weather. This is somewhat successful, the easterly waves that are associated with hurricane formation. But overall, what was really needed was new observations. So when Joanne got a chance to go to Woods Hole, she got her own flight crew. This is the PBY World War II flying boat. Joanne was the principal investigator, and Woods Hole had never let women on their ships, and they wouldn't let her fly until the Navy said, "No, Joanne, no PBY. You can't have the airplane unless you let her do the job that she's down there to do." So she broke through that barrier and took a crew of all men on the PBY outings in the tropics. Now the tropics are full of these trade wind cumuli, these little puffy fair weather cumulus, and those are basically controlled by a downward movement of air, and it's called the tropical inversion, and they prevent the development of the clouds to any great height. I use this in my work as a metaphor for women who had a sort of a glass ceiling. This is the tropical inversion ceiling that won't let these clouds go longer. But some clouds, so-called hot towers, break through that barrier, and they go all the way to the top of the atmosphere and generate the thunderstorms, cumulonimbus clouds, and they become embedded in the eye wall of hurricanes. So my only science slide is that the atmosphere is stable for the most part, except those very notable occasions where it isn't. And also the atmosphere is predictable for the most part when there's a high pressure area and stable conditions, but it's very turbulent and unpredictable in the large updrafts. The large updrafts are minority area of the atmosphere, but they're just as important, in fact, probably more important than the stable areas. Again, there won't be time for her whole life and career, but coming out of Chicago, working at Woods Hole, she was then, based on her successes, was offered a full professorship at UCLA, and that didn't work out well. I don't have time to tell you why. She then became head of experimental meteorology at NOAA, and that didn't work out well. She chafed at the bureaucracy. And subsequently, at the University of Virginia, was given a named chair. That didn't work out too well at all, and I'll tell you later about that. I'll focus on NASA, and at NASA, she was able to complete her computer modeling and work as the chief scientist of the TRMM Tropical Rainfall Measuring Mission satellite. She was able to look up at clouds, look in the clouds, fly in the clouds, modify clouds, model the clouds, and through TRMM was able to look down on the atmosphere through the TRMM radar. Joanne worked at NASA from 1979 until her retirement in 2004 at age 81. She was head of the Severe Storms Branch of NASA's Goddard Laboratory for Atmospheres, known as GLASS. That was an elite center for atmospheric science that emphasized space-based remote sensing and computer modeling. It'd be really an interesting study to compare that with other centers of excellence like NCAR in Boulder, Colorado. And that would be a tremendous study to get into. Her signature accomplishment in this era involved serving as the project scientist for Tropical Rainfall Measuring Mission. This was a new satellite flying the first radar in space, designed to measure tropical clouds and rainfall and quantify their effects on the hydrologic cycle, the general circulation of the atmosphere, and Earth's climate. Now, half of the world's population lives in the tropics, and half of the world is in the tropics, and so it becomes a very important focus. And most of our misunderstanding and lack of understanding of the atmosphere, especially its water cycle, comes out of the tropics. So this is a very important mission. The TRMM satellite generated these sorts of images, a radar image of the cloud tops. This is during a typhoon in the Pacific. It was a joint venture of the Japanese Space Agency and the NASA, and was launched in 1997 and was able to maintain its observations until 2005. Joanne received recognition of multiple high honors. This helped fulfill her childhood goal of making something of herself. And she won the Rossby Research Medal of the American Meteorological Society in 1983. That's the top research medal. She was elected to the National Academy of Engineering, first woman to do that in meteorology. She was president of the American Meteorological Society in 1989, again, the first one to do that, and received the International Meteorological Organization Prize in 2002. And that prize is only given once every 10 years. And again, Joanne was the first woman to receive that prize. Now, in regard to relevance of today, this is the August issue of the Bulletin of the American Meteorological Society, and the banner title is Mapping Global Precipitation. It's based on an article by Chris Kidd et al. At NASA Goddard about satellite missions to map global precipitation. There's not time to go through this whole diagram from the article, but TRMM is this line with the red coating on it. The red represents radar flown in space. The successor to TRMM here is the Global Precipitation Monitoring Mission, and that has a radar flying in space. One of the interesting questions is, why don't they fly more radars? These are radiometers and other sorts of measurement devices here. And it would be an interesting study again for some future NASA project to look at these missions into space and how they focused on the tropics. So Joanne Simpson was not the first woman meteorologist, but she was the first to achieve legendary status in her field. She's credited with many accomplishments during her 60-year career, all directly involving tropical meteorology. These include developing computerized cloud models, the hot tower convection hypothesis, hurricane studies, attempted modifications, large field projects involving aviation, and of course, the Tropical Rainfall Measuring Mission satellite. She was not merely the best female meteorologist of her age, but the best meteorologist, period. Her stature, influence, and mentorship resulted in a marked increase in the number of female meteorologists over the course of her life. Simpson overcame daunting challenges, including stereotypes and persecution. She worked at the cutting edge of a new field and successfully confronted her personal insecurities while reaching the top, breaking through the clouds, and opening doors for the future. Joanne Simpson, in old age, really quite a legend in the field. I wrote a book called First Woman, published by Oxford University Press, and that will have many more details and insights than I can give you here today. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Chris, how do I? Our next speaker is Billy Marino. Billy is a PhD student in history at UC Santa Barbara. He studies the history of science and technology, environmental history, and public history, focused on how space exploration facilitated the creation of knowledge about planetary environments by scientists and members of the public. In particular, he examines the role of photography and other visual materials in the creation of this environmental knowledge. Billy, come on up. I'll let you adjust your screen. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Yes, so my paper, Seeing Mars, is basically beginning to explore the first photographic experiment of NASA and JPL's Mariner 4 in 1964. Essentially, it's asking what was required to make this a technologically feasible effort and potentially beneficial one, and how are the resulting images received and disseminated by the scientists at JPL and by the press who were given these images after the fact. And ultimately, how did these images contribute to the creation of new and changing knowledge of the Martian environment? I have kind of a preliminary argument here. This paper is still kind of in some of its early stages, but essentially that first close-up images of Mars mediated human understanding of the Martian environment by revealing an unexpected surface environment, namely one more kind of akin to the cratered landscapes of the moon, often kind of termed wastelands. While helping substantiate the possibility that we can know not just our terrestrial environments through photography, but also other planetary bodies. This is kind of in its early stages here. There's a lot of photographs coming out of Earth this time, and planetary science is just growing. We're going to skip the historiography because we don't have time. But I kind of wanted to do a brief road to Mariner 4, a very brief, very long. So kind of through 1600s to 1950s, right, astronomy is getting increasingly larger telescopes being used to look at things, places like Mars, but they remain pretty limited in their ability to see any of the details on the planet. So in the 1950s, this is still about as much detail as we could see on the surface of Mars. In this time, especially in the late 1800s, notions of canals on the planet become very popular. Or at least channels, lots of ideas about vegetation, and these kind of take off in various realms, both scientifically as well as within science fiction, and they create a variety of ideas. And these become an important backdrop in the lead up to Mariner 4. In the 1950s, astronomers seem mostly focused on looking out further to stars and galaxies and less so on planets, in part because we're not getting a lot of details through telescopes on land of the closest planets. But some, such as Robert Layton, who's a Caltech physicist, doing work at Mount Wilson, who was working at Mount Wilson Observatory, decided to start kind of tinkering with different imaging technologies and trying to develop ways of seeing places like Mars better. Around the same period in the early 1960s, JPL and NASA began exploring both Ranger as well as other planetary bodies, started exploring the lunar environment through the Ranger program, as well as other planetary bodies through the Ranger and Mariner programs, but essentially they began the Ranger programs looking to photograph the surface of the moon, especially thinking about potential landing sites for Apollo and Venus. The first Venus missions do not really have photo capabilities, but otherwise kind of generally follow designs of Ranger, which has been expanded upon for the Mariner 3 and 4 missions to Mars in 1964. As they're kind of developing the Mariner 4 experiments, a scientific package, there's a number of proposals to do a photographic experiment, but a couple of key figures at JPL, namely Jerry Neugebauer and Robert Sharp,
believe that Robert Layton might be the person to kind of figure out this technology to be able to get kind of the clearest images they might be able to get. Layton has a somewhat limited background in the planetary surface and in planets in general. It's not really his focus, but he knows the technology, and working with Bruce Murray, who does have a better background in this, they're able to come up with a proposal to make this experiment useful. Layton bases the camera array that he builds on Vidicon television tube, which is also what was used for the Ranger program. And this essentially, has one tube. When it's exposed, there's a photoconductive surface at the back that builds up kind of electric charge at different points as the light hits it, scanned by an electron beam, which then sends that to a magnetic tape recorder. And for Mars, they had enough space on this tape recorder, which you can see here, for about a little over 21 images. The rest of the camera array also includes a 12-inch telescope with about a 1-degree field of view, and these alternating red and green lenses kind of get to send us through different colors to get different surface features highlighted. As Mariner 4 reaches Mars, it basically only is able to photograph about 1% of the Martian surface environment, which you can see, basically this is its path here. There are many of these path photographs. This one's one of my favorites. It's actually a hand-painted illustration of Mars based off of the ground-based telescopes imaging. And then you can see the actual Mariner 4 images overlaid on top of that. Most of the path photos are just kind of empty boxes, and they often show kind of the actual trajectory of the images, which aren't neat squares across the surface. The images were then sent back to the Earth through the newly established Deep Space Network. And this is actually 1965, so around date. But through the 3 sites, it's basically constantly receiving these, or it's able to constantly receive the signal, but it's coming back at a fairly slow rate. The antenna on Mariner 4 is kind of sending the signal back at about 8 bits per second. And even with the low resolution images of Mariner 4's camera, it still contains about 240,000 bits of information. So it takes roughly 8.5 hours for one image to make it back to the Earth. As it comes through, it eventually gets coordinated in Pasadena at JPL, and they receive it in the form of essentially 6-bit binary codes. Each 6 digits equal a single pixel of this image, and that translates into this grayscale from like 0 to 63. 0 essentially is an all-white pixel, 63 is an all-black pixel. So as this code is coming through, it takes 8.5 hours to get this, just a single image. They're also not entirely sure whether or not they're actually going to capture Mars. Because of the distance, they sort of have to rely on the camera system recognizing when Mars comes into view. And you can see the first image over here. But before they get to this, as everything comes through, it's coming through, recording onto another magnetic tape, which they'll be able to process back into a digital image. But they also start recording it on a paper tape, and one of the engineers, Dick Grum, decides that they could tape essentially this code together and hand color it in to determine whether or not they might have seen the surface of Mars in this first photo. So you can see that here. They had wanted to do it in the grayscale, but he ran into a nearby art store, essentially, is kind of the story goes, and they do not have kind of various shades of gray in most art stores. So they bought this kind of pack of Rembrandt pastels. Very, I don't have the Zoom screen on here to me, but yeah, they chose very Mars-like colors, which I think, as the story goes, I don't think was actually intentional. It was more just trying to represent as close to the grayscale as possible. But this is also inverted from the Mars photo, so this is actually Mars up here versus on the bottom of that photograph. Just kind of mute it. And this first photo here, so this is the first photo after it's first processed. It's still very, hazy blur. There's a lot of noise in this photograph, essentially, that needs to be edited, and they start releasing various versions of this. But as they are processing this, processing this first image, they hold a press conference as well. William Pickering, the head of JPL at the time, is sort of leading this along with the heads of a few of the other scientific experiments on Mariner 4. But the images have not yet come through. But despite this, there's still excitement around this images. The press kind of keep asking about it. And and he decides basically to pull out a CCTV and show them the incoming data. So basically the incoming binary, people what this image looks like at the moment. This is a reprint of that from Life magazine, where they talk about sort of this process of making the image in a very short article. But this is essentially what he showed in the press in July of 1965. Yeah, so the images, so once they do get a first image, they go through processes of sort of editing, enhancing it, changing, getting kind of sharper resolution. They send it through different kind of filters, and they do eventually kind of publish these as they come out, essentially. So every time they get a new photograph, they go through these different processes and send out various versions of it, and the press publish this. It's very exciting. You can see kind of different parts of this happening here in different news headlines. And the big ones that really made a splash began around like the 7th image is when the first images of craters start appearing. And this was a big deal because until this time, people still held on to some potential idea that there is life on Mars, that there's at least vegetation on Mars somewhere. And these craters reveal something that looks much more like a lunar landscape, right? And so people are now afraid that essentially Mars is a wasteland similar to the moon. And this shifts this analogy that Mars is often talked about in relation to the Earth. And in this moment, people are thinking it's actually not similar to the Earth at all. But this is also kind of pushed against a little bit. You have articles coming out from Leighton, the television team, that try to mitigate the kind of intensity of this reaction a little bit. They're a little bit less concerned about this being basically a dead planet. They recognize that they've only pictured 1% of the planet, and there's still a lot more to come and a lot more to know. And yeah, so as this kind of continues, I need to continue to dive in essentially to figure out how better to start breaking down these images and start interpreting them. I'm also still trying to figure out how exactly they went through the process of editing and enhancing these photographs. This project started during COVID, and I only just getting back into physical archives. And it's a little bit of limited information on what I can find in terms of how they're doing these enhancements and changing these images. But hopefully as I continue down that road, I'll be able to dive into a little bit more detail about that process and how it kind of shapes this environment. But yeah, I think that's about it.
Tyler, come on up. Our last speaker today is Tyler Peterson. Tyler is a historian and history instructor at Colorado State University, Pueblo, and the author of the book A Fire to be Lighted, the Training of American Astronauts from 1959 to the Present. His presentation today is titled The Role of the Astronaut in Environmental Observations. Thanks, Tyler. Okay, set up for you.
All right. Well, just imagine if you were one of the original 7 Mercury astronauts reporting for work in Virginia on that day in April of 1959. You have left behind a career in the Navy, Air Force, or Marine Corps. And you might be wondering if that decision was a very good one. Will this new line of work actually succeed? Will it stand the test of time? That certainly remains to be seen as of that day in April of 1959. But the astronaut training officer who I described in my book, Robert Voas, was determined to create an identity for the first American astronaut. Certainly that identity revolved partly around understanding how to monitor instruments and control the vehicle in cases of emergencies. That required the use of simulators that I especially focused on in my book that reproduced the actual vehicles, but it also involved environmental observation. Bob Voas got in touch with the personnel at NASA headquarters, who in turn created a committee on the astronomical tasks that astronauts would undertake during the Mercury missions, chaired by an astronomer named Jocelyn Gill. And out of the work of this committee came a list of specifications that this training officer, Bob Voas, wrote concerning the duties that John Glenn would undertake during that very first American orbital flight. The astronauts would go into space with trained eyes and trained minds, especially given their work in simulators, but also given their work in receiving briefings on the phenomena that they could expect to observe during their flights. And in fact, John Glenn, with a 35mm film camera, did successfully demonstrate that he could make useful observations of the Earth during the course of that 3-orbit flight on February 20th, 1962. He also demonstrated that visual acuity could be a useful tool in human spaceflight, especially by demonstrating the distance between his capsule and a spent Atlas rocket stage. And so this whetted the appetite of scientists who were eager for longer flights to demonstrate just what astronauts could accomplish in the way of environmental observations. Of course, 3 Mercury astronauts followed John Glenn, and especially the observations of Scott Carpenter, Wally Schirra, and Gordon Cooper interested principal investigators for what was to come, the Gemini program. The Gemini program established the precedent of astronauts working ahead of time with principal investigators who would help to sharpen the astronauts' interests in the sites that they would have to observe on Earth, and ensure that the astronauts could carry out their tasks successfully. Paul Lohman was the principal investigator for the Gemini 4 crew of Jim McDivitt and Ed White. That crew, as you see, took more than 100 photos of Earth, and becoming the first crew to carry out the synoptic terrain photography experiment. And in the end, 10 Gemini crews succeeded in returning high-quality color photos that advanced scientific knowledge of Earth features. The scientists and the astronauts were beginning to understand that, yes, in fact, it was possible for astronauts to return data that unmanned satellites could not necessarily return. Then environmental observations took on an even more ambitious form, certainly with Apollo, the distant views of planet Earth, as well as the observations of the Skylab crews. The Skylab crews received the most intensive briefings on Earth observations from principal investigators to date. As I detailed in the book that I wrote, especially the Skylab Workshop Simulator, this high fidelity replica of the actual vehicle familiarized the 3 Skylab crews with the hardware they would need to take high quality photos. For instance, the need to center crosshairs on a site of interest so that the crews would understand exactly what to do during in the midst of the time pressure of the actual missions, so that they could observe the sites they wanted to amid the time pressure of a 90-minute Earth orbit. And of course, I especially like to talk about that in reference to the last Skylab mission, because this crew, Jerry Carr, Bill Pogue, and Ed Gibson, had 84 days to work with, smashing the previous record of duration of a human spaceflight mission. And they demonstrated better than anybody before that, in fact, it was possible to take, in this case, about 2,000 photos of Earth and 850 verbal descriptions to complement their photos in real time, which no robot, no unmanned vehicle could accomplish. Not only could they take the photos, in other words, but the astronauts could use their trained eyes and trained minds to make verbal descriptions as well, illustrating just what they uniquely could accomplish. Of course, most spectacularly, they were even able to take a look at this particular region in Japan to observe a volcano, demonstrating just what they were capable of accomplishing. Now, Jerry Carr himself, at the end of the Skylab program, looked ahead with anticipation to the space shuttle era, noting that, in fact, this era would be the most ambitious yet, that it would return the most scientific detail yet. And in fact, what happened during the shuttle era? Astronauts took more than 400,000 photos of Earth using handheld cameras to go along with the cameras on board the payload bay. And to go along with the pattern from previous programs, as you see there, scientists from a specialized group, the Space Shuttle's Earth Observations Project, worked with each crew before flight to develop the astronauts' knowledge in all of these scientific disciplines that pertain to environmental observations, so that the astronauts once again would have trained minds, that they would not be looking at what they were going to observe as novices, but instead would be able to bring their skills as observers. Shuttle crews primarily used Hasselblad film cameras, building on that practice that had begun, remember, during the Mercury program. But of course, one critical distinction I want to make is that they also used digital cameras that allowed for direct transmission to Earth and distribution on the World Wide Web beginning in the 1990s. And so that definitely facilitated the public outreach of what astronauts were doing and was a critical change from the era of film cameras or that era of the Mariner spacecraft that we just heard about earlier. Now, what about this amazing observatory that is still in orbit to this day? Well, photos taken by International Space Station crews have shown the Earth in higher resolutions than possible aboard the space shuttle, and their longer missions have allowed for study of longer-term climactic effects. Just think, for instance, about Scott Kelly, Christina Cook, and Mark Vande Hei spending almost an entire year in orbit so that they could observe all 4 seasons of a year during their one mission. This gave them an opportunity to observe sites during all 4 seasons, illustrating just how far human spaceflight had progressed and just how far their observations could take them, could contribute to the scientific community, given that time they had to work with, and once again, their training, which I harped upon in my book. Now, you might be wondering, through all of this, from Mercury to the International Space Station, what do trained humans have to offer that unmanned vehicles, that purely robotic vehicles cannot offer? This is one of the most fascinating questions to me about spaceflight. The argument of human versus robotic. Well, it's actually not true that robots can do everything that humans can do. And this is something that I really harped on in my book, and which I can also allude to here, because trained humans have the flexibility to observe Earth from oblique viewing angles in order to observe the horizon and the limb of Earth, rather than only the nadir viewing opportunities of orbiting satellites. Humans also have the ability to react rapidly to unexpected events they see happening. A volcanic eruption being, again, one example of that. And humans can also make rapid determinations as to the quality of the observations that they can make, being on the scene in real time. They have their minds that have been honed through extensive training, and of course the vision to make a quick judgment as to what they're going to be able to do for the scientific community. Thus, astronauts, as I've written there, continue to remind us of the value of human beings in contributing to space science. And why is that important? Why do I think this presentation is something that's going to influence the present and the future? Well, I think this is a lesson that's likely to be reinforced, as I've written there, as the 21st century continues. The Artemis missions are going to send humans back to the moon, hopefully within the next few years. Then, of course, NASA's goal will be to send astronauts even beyond the moon and on to Mars. And, well, we know that humans have already launched many robotic vehicles to explore the moon and Mars. And we know that those robotic vehicles have returned very great amounts of data. There's no question about that. And we should be appreciative of that, I think, if we're interested in learning more about the science involved. But nonetheless, human beings do have capabilities that purely automated vehicles do not have. And that is the reason that many people in the scientific community are looking forward to human voyages to the moon and Mars as we move through the 2020s and the 2030s. Humans will, on other worlds in the future, have the ability to once again react rapidly to unexpected events and make rapid determinations as to what they'll be able to accomplish. And will be able to accomplish tasks certainly more quickly than purely automated vehicles being right there on the scene. And so that is something that the scientific community is going to have to grapple with for many years to come. And that is why I think it's valuable for us living now in the year 2022 to reflect upon the value of human beings in contributing to space science in the past, because the flexibility that human beings have to offer is not going to go away anytime soon. It is going to be a linchpin of the future. And what we can say so far is that when those original 7 Mercury astronauts reported for work in 1959, they may not have known if they were embarking on a foolhardy venture that looked like a real possibility at the time. Yet here we are more than 60 years later, and scientists can feel thankful about the flexibility that trained humans have to offer. Thank you.
Speakers, come on up here and sit down. We'll do some questions. Great. Is Allison on the virtual?
I'm here.
Jim, great, good. And Jim, you're there too, right?
Still here.
Awesome. Great, if you can unmute yourselves, that'd be awesome. I'm looking forward to it. We have half an hour, so I'm going to give a quick question to begin with. Good, there you are, wonderful. So this panel is titled Photography, Gender, and Science. It really should be Visual Culture, Gender, and Science, because yours aren't photographs, right? They're more data. or I guess both, okay. And I'm really interested in these categories. All four papers examine the categories of technology, in this case, visual technology, and gender, or both. They combine them. And I'm interested in how this framing of technology and gender has shaped the historical understanding of both science and the environment that we're all talking about. Now, I know, Billy, that you and Tyler don't specifically use gender as a category, but Billy, you're talking about male engineers primarily, and Tyler, part of the astronaut branding and part of their identity, as you talked about, it was to understand technology and to learn how to observe, but it was also, we know that they were sort of masculine and men, and that gendered portrayal of them, I think, is also really important in thinking about how it might have shaped their observations. So my question to all of you is, what is the role of gender done in changing these histories and also changing the way the histories reveal different understandings about science and the environment? So I'm not sure if anyone wants to take that on first, or.
Well, sure. I'll go for it. Can you hear me?
Yes, Jim, we're good. We hear you.
Okay, good. I think I tried to make it clear that what we knew about the atmosphere was mostly in the temperate zone. It was mostly done by men, Norwegians. It was mostly done with the polar front theory, and even Rossby, who was one of the leaders of that tradition, was a complete theorist, and he thought that the real answer was up in the mathematics of the upper atmosphere. I don't know if it was because Joanne was a woman or because she was fighting her way towards the top, but she flew in clouds, she photographed clouds, she modeled clouds. She actually specialized in the tropics and showed that this understudied region was important. So she was not part of at the time, the mainstream research program, which was Norwegian Northern Male. And I did want to make a general comment about maybe about the whole meeting, that NASA is the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. It's not just space. And so Joanne had a pilot license. She flew in clouds. She didn't do this just as a shuttle pilot, but she did it so she could get up close and personal with the cumulonimbus clouds she loved.
Alan, did you want to jump in?
Yeah. So let's see.
Thank you, Jim, by the way.
Mitchell's such an interesting person for me because she was working at a time when there were a few women's colleges starting to crop up. So she's working with female students at a female college at Vassar College. And many of her students went on to become computers at Harvard or other astronomical centers in the US. And so I'm also in the early stages of this project, but something that I'm thinking through and working on is how the way that she trained her students in community with her, this repetitive taking of photographs as a group that happen on a daily basis, how is that then going on to shape that the work these human computers are doing as they go on to work at Vassar or Harvard or wherever else they end up. The other kind of way that I'm thinking about this question is the way that Mitchell sees gendered craft and artistic tasks as influencing her photography, especially. So there's a few times in publications that she wrote where she talks, and in her diary entries where she talks about how like a woman's training in embroidery and sort of these domestic crafts has shaped the way that she's physically handling her photography practice, or shaping the way that she is seeing, whether that's seeing the sun or seeing other astronomical events that she's working on. So I'm also interested in the way that kind of gendered activities that we wouldn't normally kind of think about as being part of the scientific endeavor are really shaping the way that she's approaching her photography practice.
It was just so interesting where you talked about how she worked with those women collaboratively. It just goes against the sort of narrative of the alone man in the laboratory, right? It was just so interesting to see.
Yes, exactly. And that it was such a like tactile making practice. I think I used that phrase at one point in my presentation, but yeah, that the photographs are not merely important for their final image and what that image can tell us about the sun, but they're important for the ways that they're asking people, specifically these women, to come together and try to establish communally some knowledge about, in this case, the sun.
What about you guys? Do you want to jump in?
I don't know that I have the answer to this.
I know it's hard.
question. I
It's
think
harder.
important, but I
It's
don't know.
harder. It's harder for you two because it wasn't a central category in your papers. But I didn't know if you had anything you wanted to mention or talk about.
No, I think it's an aspect that I should explore as I move forward with the project. Good response to it.
Tyler.
Well, I do remember reading the work of one historian who wrote a dissertation called NASA and the Cult of Masculinity. And so that speaks to the masculine image by which the first astronauts, especially the Mercury astronauts, were viewed by the mainstream media. And so I think that definitely factors into the public impact of their work.
Yeah, like Life magazine picturing them all. Whenever they were photographed, they were photographed. I mean, John Glenn's running on the beach, or they're doing push-ups, or they're with their families. It's really, masculine. And then here you are examining the other side of it, which is them behind the camera, right? And they've been trained in a certain way, very sort of scientific training about the photography. It just seems like a really interesting, sort of juxtaposition there. But yeah, great. Let's open it up to other questions. We have a good 20 minutes. Eric, and then we'll go to everyone else.
Oh,
Jeffrey,
I
and
hate to
then
be this person, but I have corrections for 3 cases. Jim, Trim is not the first radar, it's the first rainfall radar. There are a whole series of radars starting with CSAT for studying your surface. Mariners and Rangers, very different spacecraft. The Rangers were designed for the Eugene upper stage. The reason we sent the first two Mariners was for Venus were Rangers, pulled out the Ranger assembly line. Mariners required upper stage for the rest. Mariner 4 is the first, or 3 is the first one now.
Yeah.
Very different spacecraft. And then finally, I hope I heard this wrong. The idea that spacecraft can't do themselves is just wrong. That first picture you saw back from Mars is of the limb of Mars. The reason it was is that spacecraft used a limb sensor in order to know where the planet was. There are and have been used here in Earth orbit for decades. There are limb sounders, the one I'm most familiar with right now, called the microwave limb sounder. With hundreds of frequencies, no astronaut ever. I'm operating in the spacecraft since 2004. That this has to common body. So I just had to issue those.
always dangerous to have Eric in the audience. Always dangerous, but we're all so thankful. We are all so thankful. Yep, Steve and then Jeffrey.
I actually have a couple of questions. For Jim Fleming, and maybe you can.
I can repeat them, Jim, if you can't.
I can't hear. It's too muddy.
Okay, well, I'll repeat the question. It's from Steve Garber. He's going to ask you a question and I'll repeat it.
Okay.
Just, I was wondering if Jim had met Joanne Simpson and what he thought about her approximately 25 years career at NASA. It seemed like she had jumped around physician to physician for the, what accounted for.
So Jim, Steve's asking if you had met Joanne Simpson, and also regarding her career at NASA. Before, she jumped around a bit, but at NASA she had quite a steady career. Is there any way you can account for that steadiness in that moment of her life? So the two questions, I think.
Yeah, sure. I met Joanne during her presidency of American Meteorological Society. She was a big fan of history, and she was really quite elderly then. I didn't have a long interaction with her, but as Radcliffe College at the time invited her to donate her papers, she sent me a sample of the papers, and that was long ago. I wasn't interested in that kind of work, and then I came back to it. So yes, I met Joanne, and as for as I said, I skipped over a lot of things in the talk today because of the time limit, but she really had a lot of persecution and a lot of and you'd say glass ceilings. The University of Virginia was very misogynist at the time. She went through a nasty divorce at the UCLA, but she did get these named professorships. It just didn't work out. She was not happy at NOAA. And at NASA, she was, there's a real good story there that she was able to have colleagues, female colleagues. She talked jokingly about having intellectual conversations in the ladies' room. She loved it. She just really thought that she had found her final match with her career. And so there's a long story behind it. And Eric, I appreciate your comments. I imagine there, and you certainly have the documentation that could provide. I think it would be an interesting note to say that the radar was the first looking down at the tropics in rainfall. We could make a statement about that. There could be a footnote.
He said yes. He said yes. He said yes.
Yeah. Well, and also, the predecessors that were done, right? That's how they validated it.
He says that there were predecessors to the trim you mentioned
That looked up.
that looked
In other
up.
words,
That
yeah,
looked up.
That's how they validated that you could actually measure rainfall. It's much cheaper to build ground instruments.
I can't hear.
But he's saying it's much cheaper to build a ground instrument that looks up and measures rainfall than it would be from the top, and that those ground instruments have been developed earlier. That's all he's saying. But maybe you guys could talk offline. Yeah, about the details. Yeah, great, thank you. Jeffrey?
I don't mean to disturb the conversation because this is pretty interesting, actually. But maybe my question's a little bit more kind of elementary or simple, which is, all of the papers in the session deal with imaging. So it's hard there.
Good.
And the question is, thinking of Lisa Mesery's work, or where in any of these are there questions of artificial that's produced before the actual what story, if that's necessary. I'm thinking particularly Sun, validating Mars, and thoughts about how that can participate in the conversation of development.
Do you mean artificial images like artist renderings? Okay. And you want to take that one, or did you hear the question? The question was, this is, all the papers are about visual images, and he's wondering about artist renderings before these technological images came about, and what the role might have been of those images in this history. Is that fair?
Yeah, particularly with Ali and Billy.
Particularly with Ali and Billy. Good, Billy.
Yeah, no, I think artist renderings and those things are very important. I think so. Part of the reason I picked that particular path picture that was on the slide is because I think it's fascinating with the scanning illustration of Mars, despite there being photographs from ground-based telescopes at this point. But I think even before that, in the longer project, as I kind of try to expand this out, like looking at that longer trajectory of kind of hand-drawn maps of Mars before this, and sort of trying to make sense of sort of hazy images that we can see through, like when you look at the telescope and take photographs through the telescope, and then trying to map it and make sense of what those kind of blobs are. Essentially, what are these large black pieces that seem to move across Mars that often get talked about as seasonal changes in vegetation, maybe, or changes in water. There's kind of various theories that at this point, and those come through, I think, more clearly in illustrations than they do in images. But they use kind of both and try to use illustrations to find more detail where we don't yet have it.
Allie, did you want to respond to the question? And then we have a follow-up question. I think.
It's a great question. I actually, by asking it, it's something I should look into more. I know that there were a lot of visual, especially drawing, done with stars and the moon, but I don't know as much about visual drawings of the sun that were done before this. So it's something that I will now look into. But Nassim's work that I referenced in the presentation has been helpful for me in thinking about the way that the practice of visual rendering, whether that he has a whole book on drawing and how the like extended process of bringing a nebula to life or whatever it is this very material process that goes through multiple stages. And so I'm trying to think about how perhaps the relationship between those multiple drawing stages and what are complementary, or are there complementary processes happening with early photography? And I'll stop there.
Just before we go on, Jeffrey, can you just explain why you think it's important to think about the earlier renderings, just really briefly?
Well, it maybe predates why are we taking them.
Okay. Right. Why are we taking the images to begin with? Cool.
The derivative of that might actually have it.
Great. Thank you. Here and here. Yeah. Yeah.
Visual observations of Mars have gone on for decades. And when you look through a telescope at the planet, it's kind of like looking at the bottom of a stream, the shallow stream of rocks. Everything is shimmering and moving around. Great people who drew our Mars, in particular, Schiaparelli, they spent hours at the telescope and they crafted drawings. The human eye is drawn to linear features. We spot that. And occasionally the image would appear to show a line. They would remember that. And they would look and they'd see it again. So they built up this thing out of the preconceived ability of the human mind to look for features. So that's how that image got shaped. You couldn't see from the ground features like craters and so on. Interestingly enough, with today's amateur astronomers can take better pictures. I took some pictures with an 88-inch telescope, best in the world. An amateur with a 4-inch telescope can beat that now. Fast film, digital processing. You could actually barely determine, if you have the right technology, you could determine some kind of the larger features. So, but our mind was shaped by our culture. So that's where they went. NASA supported people still doing visual imaging and drawing maps right up until just before the, after Mariner 4, actually, but even then we were still supporting some. So it played an incredible role. Unfortunately, it was wrong. But in cultural context, we wanted to believe it's there. If I could add just one more comment, the impact, and I really liked the talk because the impact, because I was there, Charlie, unlike most of you young people. Each day there would be a new picture in the newspaper. They loaded a whole picture from Mars last night. It's on the front page of the newspaper. I was actually at an American Astronomical Society meeting, and we were going to getting newspapers off the stands to talk about it.
Right.
Earth shaking, because nobody had, with one exception, nobody had seriously considered craters being there. There was a little talk. There was a man, an astronomer named Thomas Jefferson Jackson C. You know, TJJC, half crazy, and really, he was superintendent of the Naval Academy. He believed there were craters on Mercury, and he claimed to have seen the craters on Mercury. Most people don't believe it. So, yeah, it was mind-bending. One more fact for those of you. At the time of Mariner, we had only barely figured out the atmosphere was carbon dioxide. In fact, part of my thesis work as a master's was to help prove something that wasn't a carbon dioxide atmosphere. There was still debate. We thought, some people thought the atmosphere was as thick as 20% of the Earth's atmosphere. The consensus at that point was about 10%, and it's less than 1%. Our knowledge was zilch, right? Just zilch. And those things just shook everything. Absolutely.
That's awesome. Thank you. Thanks for that.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It was great. It's great to get a firsthand perspective and also to think about how our mind and our eyes as part of our bodies can change the way we're perceiving these things, right? Really cool. Andrew,
Yeah, so I have one question for Billy and one for Ally.
speak loud so they can hear you up there.
Yeah, one question for Billy, one for Ally. Billy, you had an image of the Earth and I think it was the receiving stations in Australia, South Africa, and California.
Yeah, Goldstones were.
Okay. I want to know, what were those sites used for, specifically South Africa and Australia? Were they, how did they then, like, why were they necessary, and how did they transmit information to Southern California? Just the kind of logistic process of that.
Yeah, I don't know a lot of the details of the Deep Space Network yet, but I know generally speaking, it's essentially picking up the radio signal that's being sent back. They're placed, I think, roughly like 120 degrees. Basically, they're placed to be able to pick up the signal from deep space, no matter where it kind of lands back here, and then they can coordinate that signal back to back to Pasadena eventually. So they're basically just hubs of satellite missions that are picking up the signal. I don't know. I think they have a variety of kind of sizes that do different things depending on where the Deep Space Network is part of the research that I need to kind of look into in more detail to figure out how that part of the process will work.
And the other question for Ally, related to this gendering of the, as you said, tactile process of rendering these solar images. I want to know what the function of that gendering is. Is it to apply for grants? Is it to talk to the media? Like what potential leverage does making this a uniquely quote unquote like woman's work do for these women who are participating in solar imaging?
Did you hear that, Ally?
Yes. Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's something that I'm still trying to pinpoint in this chapter of my dissertation. I, like Billy, have been constricted by my access to archives, so I haven't actually gotten to see these photos in person, which I'm looking forward to doing in the next year or so. But from what I can understand right now, I think it's less like logistical or bureaucratic shaping and more shaping the way that they're going on to look and see and in whatever they do next. But I don't have a good, strong answer to that question, and it's something that I'm still trying to work out. But I don't, it doesn't seem to be giving them any particular leverage within their institutions. They're still pretty constricted and limited to the work that they're doing together and aren't able to sort of expand beyond that and do work outside of this sort of small community of women.
On this topic also? It seems like it would be helping them validate though what they're doing by making it somewhat unique and giving them, in sort of, similar way like municipal housekeeping during the progressive era was allowing them to be political and active women. This is allowing them to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
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 Cool. Okay.
Quick question for Tyler. Has the importance of photography by astronauts changed over time? That is, the astronauts' time, particularly in the early decades, greatly applauded. And again, this is a question you may not look at. but has the percentage that of time that mission control gave them to pull them photographs, has that increased or decreased over time? And if it has changed, do you view that as a sign of maybe not decreasing importance, but increasing use of robotics elsewhere, or just the importance of higher or lower importance of other parts of deep space?
So the question for Tyler was, has the role of the astronaut as observer with these cameras, has it changed over time? And does that suggest anything about NASA's changing priorities?
Well, my sense is that the space station environment is definitely different from the other forms of missions, the more short duration missions of Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, and the shuttle missions, which were about 1 to 2 weeks in length. Of course, during the Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, and brief shuttle missions, the crews had very little time to work with. It was a sprint as opposed to a marathon. And so the crew was definitely limited amid all of the other activities they had to undertake in undertaking photography. But of course, the phrase that has become very popular within NASA in regards to space stations, first Skylab and now, well, and then the Shuttle Mir program, and then the ISS has become, well, now we're in a marathon and not a sprint. And so I think the page that I just looked at recently was that astronauts generally spend a very significant amount of time, 5 days a week. It's something like at least 10 minutes a day, 5 days a week to undertake photography. And that represents a leap over the past, over the short duration missions. And so it illustrates just what astronauts are capable of accomplishing, and it helps to verify also what the unmanned assets are capable of ascertaining. And so my sense is that the ISS and Skylab are on another level in that regard. That answers your question.
All right. So it is 1/4 after. Let's have a good round of applause for our guys. Remember that lunch is being served outside in our tent again. I think it's not tacos, it's something different. Sandwiches, which are great. And then thank you for coming. We're going to reconvene. Let's give the support to the afternoon panels and keep them here, even though they're going last, keep them going. Okay, great job, everybody. Good job.
Do you know about how long? Was it close to 10 minutes?
Yeah, I think it was a little bit over, but it was okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah,
All right.
I liked how it was conversational.
Well, let's begin this session. I can feel the excitement in the room after lunch. Yeah. This is a session that has the title Publicity, Promotion, Education, but I think it's good to step back just a little bit, I think, and put this in context of the other sessions that have been presented over these 2 days. To think about this session as many of the sessions which touched on NASA application issues and working with communities external to NASA as some, kind of the kind of changing social boundaries of what NASA is and has been over time. And I think in the presentations today, we will get a little different sense through these three sort of keywords that are presented in the title of the sessions, but I think it's fundamentally a narrative about NASA's social boundaries and how they are changing over time and which communities they interact with now and have interacted with in the past. Let me introduce our first speaker, and I think, as you know from other sessions, that papers start to run about 10 minutes. We will do the Q&A at the end of the session. So our first presenter is Emily Watkins, a second-year graduate student at American University here in Washington, where she is pursuing a Master of Fine Arts in Film and Media Arts with a concentration in environmental and wildlife filmmaking, which has a real kind of deep anchors here in the Washington, D.C. area with the Environmental Film Festival. She recently interned at the Goddard Space Flight Center, their science and video production team, participating in the live James Webb Space Telescope First Light broadcasts while creating her own informative Earth science, which I presume is perhaps a social media or a website effort. Yes. Okay. Take it away, Emily.
Should I come stand?
Well, I think that's probably the better thing. Let's get your, if I can find, Chris, you're wonderful. I'm so glad you're there. I'm already in love.
So my name is Emily Watkins, and I'll be talking about my paper, Experiments in Efficacy at NASA Earth Science Video Production Teams, Evolving Strategies for Climate and Environmental Communication. So why do we need science communicators? In John F. Kennedy's 1961 speech to Congress, he committed to pledge a great amount of money towards the US satellite system for worldwide weather observations. And this was a milestone and a catalytic stride towards the scientific advancement of observations relationships with our environments. And since the beginning of NASA explorations, we've strived to effectively communicate scientific information and findings to a general audience. Our connection with our environment can be a tedious task to convey in a neutral, informative, and comprehensive manner for all audiences. And with the use of the internet, scientific information has become increasingly accessible. Also, with the rise of social media, has led to a lot of questions about the credibility of scientific information. So the need for conveying scientific information properly and efficiently is very important because many is not. It's often hard to bridge the gap between scientists and communicators when relaying scientific information because the significant information lies within the science and not personal interpretation. So it needs to be relayed in an unbiased manner. If the information is contaminated with personal opinions and politics, then the information can become untrustworthy. And before NASA's 1950s moon program, it was known that governments and politicians played a key role in conveying scientific information, which raised a lot of uncertainty throughout the world. And now that we're in a new digital age, in an age of a changing climate, it's more important than ever to make sure that these biases are not represented in scientific communications. So how does the NASA Earth Science team communicate science? So first step is the science. So there are 3 different pillars of acquiring scientific information on the Earth Science team. And the first one is through current events. So anything that's happening in the world currently, this could be hurricanes, wildfires, sea ice minimums, ozone maximums, volcanic eruptions, etc. And then the second pillar is the scientific visualization pipeline. So this is anything that's arising from the scientific visualization studio. So this could be in-depth visualizations that they come up with, and then we will take that and we can create our own story from that. And then the last pillar is getting information from the scientists. So scientists can come to the Earth Science production team with a story, paper, finding, mission, anything like that. And then we can decide to either commit that information to creating our own video or commit to doing field work and interviews or compiling stock footage to create a video for them. And the second step is the story. So as scientists and storytellers, we're tasked with conveying scientific discoveries in an engaging manner that interests the public. And what better way to do that than to tell a story? So there's a need to discover innovative ways to relay the information that excites and encourages a wide variety of audiences. And obviously, since scientists did not study creative writing and storytelling when they got their education, they need quality communicators to relay this information for them. And for NASA science storytellers, that all begins with a story. The next step is considering the audience. In a digital world, producers have to understand and assess the platform that they are producing for and the audience that that platform intends to target. Before the 2000s, videos were shown on a smaller aspect ratio scale, which is the width compared to the height. And over time, NASA producers have had to adjust to that change for producing things for the iPhone, tablets, to watch on a website, or even in theaters. And producers prepare for audience based on whether the video is going to be episodic, whether it's going to be social media based for the NASA website. Overall, just understanding the demographics that each of these websites or platforms target. And on top of this, the producers have to acknowledge that the film will likely have a written aspect or some other visual component to accompany it. This could be a press release, blog, scientific paper, or a feature article. The next step is the visualization. So when reaching a diverse audience, producers have to consider many different visual variables. So these can include data visualizations from the Scientific Visualization Studio, conceptual animations, acquisition of archival footage or updated footage, interview footage, and many more. And this is where NASA productions stand apart from other environmental productions because they have footage that dates decades and decades back. So they have an entire archival bank of videos, thousands and thousands of videos that date back, I think, to the 1950s or 60s. And so we have that we can use in compiling archival footage to create a story. And the next step is the assessment. So how do we determine how successful each video is in reaching our target audience? It's primarily through views and engagement. So a simple example is just views on YouTube. The views show us how many people it reached, which platform is optimal to post on, and what audiences the video has reached with each platform. And then lastly, examining the evolution. So how has NASA's video production adapted over time with our connection to the environment? What has stayed the same is that NASA has stuck to the science and the science only. They haven't clouded it with biases or opinions. They use intentional language, and they've stayed apolitical and true to the science. But what has changed is having to adapt to changing environments and situations. So with COVID, many people had to work remotely, and so that posed a big challenge for the production team. So we utilized a lot of that archival footage in the thousands and thousands of videos within that bank in order to compile our own stories. And then our nimbleness has also increased as we've been able to produce videos within a week with only 1 to 2 producers. We've also had increasing awareness and understanding of a changing climate and have applied that to our videos over time. Also, with the increased amount of false information that floats around the world today, NASA has just remained a reliable resource for all, and it's a trusted government agency that people rely on to get their scientific information. And the NASA video producers definitely uphold this value, and it shows in their videos, and that's why they have become so effective over time. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I don't know if we have time to watch this. It's like a 5-minute video, but if we don't, we can just skip it.
Run a couple minutes.
Okay. Perfect. Oh, I think it opens in Safari. That might be complicated with the Zoom.
Just don't hit the red stop.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
On January 15th, 2022,
Yes.
the uninhabited
So this is the video I produced over the
Tonga
summer.
Ha'apai erupted violently, creating worldwide shockwaves, sonic booms, tsunamis, and powerful winds, all while blanketing surrounding islands in 2 centimeters of ash. It was a fatal eruption, and its impact on nearby communities was further compounded by the disruption caused to emergency services. NASA has been following the Pacific Islands' unusual evolution for years. Using historical observations and satellite data of the January eruption, scientists have shed a new light on why this explosion is so unique and how such a small island is making such a huge impact across the planet.
It gave us a window into a rapid-paced life history of an island that we can compare to hundreds of other islands in the oceans over time. And these islands are sensitive indicators for the activities of climate, environmental change, and we can project them forward even to other planets. So what an opportunity.
Geologic records suggest that while the volcano may have produced massive explosive eruptions in the past, an eruption of this magnitude wasn't expected so soon.
This was what we call a volcanic explosivity index 6 eruption. Nothing like it since Krakatoa in the 19th century. And so what happened was this beautiful little island, 100 meters tall, growing, forming by the nature of the way volcanoes and water interact, was explosively changed forever. And literally the entire base of the volcano fell hundreds of meters into a shallow magma reservoir, a liquid rock chamber, literally under the ocean. And that allowed the explosive interaction of a massive Pacific Ocean seawater with this hot rock, 1300 degrees Kelvin. That's super hot, hotter than your oven. And that explosion with the pressure moved the water, the rock, the small amounts of ash that were part of building the island all the way into the atmosphere and triggered a large tsunami, a 15-meter high superwave that traveled out hundreds of miles, buried some local islands as part of the Tonga archipelago, but allowed us to see the power of Mother Nature's volcanoes when water and liquid rock come together to shape our planet.
NASA.
Thank you.
Question and intervention, who was the audience for that video?
For the Hunga Tonga video, primarily people that were interested in the explosion that occurred in January. So people had been following it on Twitter, YouTube, all of that. And there just wasn't an update as to the implications of the eruption. So.
He has been promoted to co-moderator of the session. What is the next furthest stuff? No. Yeah.
How do I follow a volcano?
Let me quickly introduce you.
Oh, yes, please.
Elizabeth Ferenc Scout Bloom, and I'll let you figure out the very reference that Scout is from.
To Kill a Mockingbird.
We have to trust our is a professor of history at Troy University in Alabama, growing up minutes from the Johnson Space Center. She continues to have an abiding love for astronomy and the space program. Her current book project traces popular culture messages that adults give children about the environment, as well as children's own beliefs about nature and post-World War II.
How do I move the slides? Is just enter
think
or?
Yeah, the right arrow.
Okay. All right. We'll see. So this paper is part of a bigger project that I've been working on about kids' views of nature from about 1960 to 1980, the 2 decades surrounding the first Earth Day. And to get at that, one of the things that I'm looking at are kids' submissions to 2 prominent kids' magazines, Highlights and Jack and Jill. I've compiled a database of these, and over the 20 years, I've got about 12,000 different entries. And these can be short stories, drawings, poems, letters to the editor, all kinds of different things. One of the things that I found really interesting when I was going over the database was that despite the fact that this was some of the most exciting times for the space program, kids submitted very few entries about space, let alone about NASA. Out of a variety of types of spaces that kids mentioned, space regularly came in dead last in number of entries. If you're looking at both magazines, Highlights and Jack and Jill here, generally hovering between about 1% to 2% of entries in any given year. Now, in Highlights magazine specifically, space reached a peak in 1966 with 3.4% of all kids' entries that year. But even that year, at its peak, space still sat at the bottom of a long list. Children wrote more about urban, rural, and water-based places than they did about space. So I was curious why this was the case, having been a space kid myself and always been interested in the space program. And this paper is the beginning of an attempt to try to answer that question. So what I'm looking at here are a couple of different things. What kinds of things did preteens, so between the ages of about 8 to 12, say about space? What kind of messages did Highlights magazine give in their magazine that they were publishing about space? And then also, what does this tell us about NASA and the space program? So let's start first with Highlights. One of the things that we see with Highlights is this huge shift pre and post Sputnik and how they were covering space stuff. Pre-Sputnik, we see a lot of fantasy-based kind of entries. So this is very classic. It's sort of things that happen in space are not normal. They're especially like bad behavior kind of things. So very much sort of fantasy-based. Now, post-Sputnik, the magazine is going to be much more business-like and covering astronomy technology and space program accomplishments. For example, so this chart shows you how the number of fantasy and fiction-based articles dropped off really dramatically after 1957. What we also see, though, are far more articles that look like this. This is a very detailed accounting of the Apollo missions from December of 1966, and basically it's from the Saturn launches to landing on the moon to coming back in the ocean. So these very highly detailed, very technical kind of articles. In covering the space program, Highlights articles were often stressed as well, very pervasive dangers lurking in space. In one luridly entitled article, When Blood Boils, Margaret Niehaus noted that without a suit at 12 miles up, pressure changes would cause bubbles to form in a person's veins like boiling water. And in fact, many of the details that Highlights articles had in them for kids seemed deliberately designed to inspire fear rather than wonder. And these were following a lot of trends in the national media where they were sort of sensationalizing some of this stuff as well. One of the things that's interesting about these descriptions of danger being so prominent and fear was that they really violated a lot of policies that Highlights had and that were very tightly held policies. Highlights did not publish science fiction, and they refused to publish science fiction because they published real science, and they thought that the kids would get confused if they also published science fiction. They would not publish scary stories. They would not publish detective stories because they thought that kids had too much fear and violence already, primarily through television. They also didn't talk a lot about sort of scary kind of political events either. So basically, Highlights was all business, or rather all science, in their coverage of space. But kids, for their part, regularly incorporated fantasy into their writings. There we go.
So as you can see, kids are continually through this period using fantasy as a part of how they're seeing space through the 60s and the 70s. For many kids, space lacked rules usually found in science or society and became a place where imagination reigned supreme. For example, and this one is over here on the left, in 1974, Stephanie Vargasco of Connecticut drew a Splets, a winged, color-changing interstellar creature who ate gasoline and lightning. Kids also expressed a lot of positive views about space as well, particularly positive emotions, despite all the fear-mongering by the magazine. There are a couple of peaks that we see when these entries about positive emotions occur, and they tended to occur in 66 and 67, and then 71 and 72. What I think this is showing is some kind of connection to the Gemini program, really sort of getting the space program going for the Americans, and then also sort of the remnants of the Apollo program as well. So it seems likely that the space program generated some more positive feelings about space in general from kids, albeit of a fleeting nature. Now, what types of positive emotions did they express? Both boys and girls wrote poems lauding the night sky's beauty or the comfort they gained from it. Deborah Lewis spoke for many with a poem about the moon. The 6-year-old said it was, quote, so big and bright, it made my heart hum a tune. So this is something that kids did a lot, talking about the beauty of the moon, but was neglected completely by highlights. They got really away from that kind of articles expressing wonder or beauty in nature. Highlights avoidance of some political issues, and particularly the Cold War aspects of the space program, revealed another generational fissure in space perception. Kids definitely use space as a way to discuss Earth-based problems. As many children did in 1960, Gail Hain of Des Moines, Iowa, used metaphors to express concerns. She wrote a poem entitled What Mad Mr. Moon Said, where she described the moon as angry and sad because the Earth continued to shoot things at it. The 11-year-old's poem expressed concern and worry over the space program, leading to more intense forms of conflict. Other kids used the moon landing as an example of the gap between professed American goals and realities. In October 1970, 13-year-old Barry Silver noted many positive things in American society, including the right to vote, wealth, and the moon landing. He contrasted that with the reality on the ground. He said, quote, we have the bomb but hope to ban it. What land is this with smoggy skies, the population on a deadly rise? May all our evils be uprooted, poverty, hunger, and the slums. Let's keep working till utopia comes. Now, Silver and other kids, for them, space exploration yielded opportunity or a promise to solve wider problems on Earth, which kind of contrasted them from a lot of adults at the time whose rhetoric was sort of, this was an either or. We shouldn't be spending on space. We should be spending more on civil rights or other kinds of things. One of the things that was much, much more difficult for kids to overcome was gender notions. Both the articles that Highlights published and kids' submissions revealed very, very highly ingrained notions about gender and space. And again, this was sort of following national media and NASA's certainly conventions about space as being a masculine place. This gendered exclusivity had its effect on kids. There's when the blood boiled. So submissions generally to both Highlights and Jack and Jill were female dominated. Okay? Generally about 55 to 65% of the entries, if you look at all of the entries over the whole period, about 55 to 60% are female. Boys are generally at about 30 to 40% for all of the entries. If you look though at space-related entries and NASA-related entries, I've got NASA-related entries up here, the picture completely flips. Boys are going to either equal or exceed the percentage of entries over girls in all but 3 years. And in the 7 years of the period, boys' entries constituted 80% or more of the NASA-related entries. So basically what we're seeing is that girls really were not writing about NASA. The women's movement is going to change Highlights coverage. We start to see in 1973 publications of some biographies of notable women connected to space. In 1973, they published a biography of Valentina Tereshkova, the first woman in space. This was followed a couple of years later by stories about Maria Mitchell and Nancy Roman, both prominent astronomers. And then in 1978, a biography of Sally Ride. Importantly, women wrote all but the first of these, and only about 10% of all science articles were written by women in highlights, so they weren't giving their girls many role models to kind of look up to. And Tereshkova, Mitchell's, and Ride's stories did tend to stress their sort of fight against gender stereotypes with their time periods. There were some girls, like the women that highlights profile, who stepped beyond the gendered stereotypes during the time. Angela Langston, a 9-year-old from New Jersey, told Jack and Jill in 1965 that she would be an astronaut and fly to Mars. 4 other girls during the 20-year period echoed her aspirations. And in fact, just submitting a space-related entry to the magazine could be considered certainly resistance to that gender sort of feeling that space was all male. The gender imbalance not only caused some girls to push against the stereotype notions of who should be an astronaut, but also caused feelings of anxiety and fear in boys who basically were shoved into this dangerous role of explorer by themselves. Only boys expressed negative associations with space. Brad Duffy thought that space was a very lonely, overwhelming place. In this boundless environment, Duffy wondered how the astronauts, quote, felt in the middle of nowhere, looking down at Earth, your home, but there you are, all alone. And some boys even express negative emotions about space travel in general as well. So let me see what I forgot to show you. So here's the gender imbalance. So this is the green line is where the percentage of males overall, and you can see that for space-based and NASA-based, it's way above normally what those what the average was for boys' entries. And then these are some boys' drawings. By the way, boys were the only ones to draw pictures about space as well, interestingly. So what's important here? I think we do have some sort of circumstantial evidence that the space program produced increased positive emotions about space. But one of the main things that comes out of this is I think really highlights didn't read the room very well with respect to space. Kids were connecting emotionally to space. They were connecting through fantasy to space, and highlights basically limited its coverage to this very highly technical kind of scientific information aimed very much at 12 to 13-year-old, maybe even reading levels. So sort of didn't read its audience very well. They had this very rational, intellectual, highly technical kind of coverage. And with their language and the way that they covered the gender issue, really were more looking like they were pushing the female readership out, who was most of their readers. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, good. This is slow. So we're looking for the crowdsourcing PowerPoint that goes with this.
Video.
Or did you have a PowerPoint or just the video?
A PowerPoint as well.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, this one. Yeah. All right, well, let me quickly introduce Gupta and Diana with interesting backgrounds. Shobhana Gupta serves as the Open Innovation and Community Applications Manager with the Earth System Science Division's Applied Science Program. That's a mouthful, and look forward to hearing what that actually is up to at NASA headquarters. Shobhana completed her medical and graduate training at Vanderbilt University School of Medicine and the Department of Microbiology and Immunology, and trained as a postdoctoral fellow at Yale University School of Medicine and the Department of Neurology. So a very interesting set of skills. Diana should be listening into us via Zoom. two people is a challenge. Is a graduate student at Queens College, CUNY, New York, where she is pursuing a master's in geological and environmental sciences. She is currently an intern at NASA headquarters with the Earth Science Division's Applied Sciences program, at which she is researching NASA's history in crowdsourcing. Research is specifically aimed towards analyzing the impacts from prizes and challenges that support earth science and environmental causes, whose insights will be used to inform future crowdsourcing project designs and activities. So an interesting set of interconnections here.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the introduction and for having us here today. So my name is Shobana Gupta, and I am not going to talk about any medicine or neurology. I really should tailor the bios, but today I'm going to be talking about crowdsourcing in support of earth and environmental science that's done at NASA. So many of you may be familiar or may have heard the term crowdsourcing. You may have heard flavors of it, like prize competitions, hackathons, citizen science, open talent. What crowdsourcing essentially means is opening up our workflows beyond our typical crowds that we engage with. So if we are working in a field and we're engaging with academics or end users or people in the private sector in that specific field, we are taking in the broader public's questions or concerns, and then we are bringing that in and working with our small community to solve those questions or answer those questions. And what crowdsourcing allows us to do is really open up the entire space where we're not just asking for questions, but also sharing our own questions back with the crowds and engaging them to solve things together. So the benefit of this is that you're able to elicit expertise from people from different disciplines. For example, if you're doing a remote sensing question and it's a data science problem, you could ask a data scientist who works in pharmacology to look at your question and apply their techniques to solve your questions as well. So it's not just going out and picking a person on the street and saying, hey, solve my problem. It is more targeted than that, but what it allows us to do is harness the tools and skill sets from other disciplines and apply them to our questions. So NASA has a very rich history in crowdsourcing. In the federal government, we've been a leader in this field. In 2005, we were granted the Prize Authority, which allowed us to create the Centennial Challenges, where we award multi-million-dollar awards to US entities or individuals for technology demonstrations. So most recently, we ran a competition that asked people to design a habitat that could be used on Mars. And teams won multi-million-dollar awards to actually 3D print and create some of these habitats, which will be used in the future when we actually end up going to Mars. We are so much of a champion of this methodology that in 2011, OSTP actually asked NASA to create a Center of Excellence for collaborative innovation. And what this allows us to do is not only run prize competitions at NASA, but we're also able to support other federal agencies in running prize competitions. We support them in hiring of competition vendors. So some of you may have heard of Kaggle or Topcoder or XPrize, HeroX. A lot of these companies have curated crowds, and we can work with some of these crowds to run competitions so that we don't have to go out and do outreach and identify new experts. These curated crowds are experts in their own fields who can support our work. And so what Diana's project is all about these past 2 terms is to look at NASA, some of NASA's projects, specifically prizes and challenges in earth and environmental science, and to understand their impact. So I'm gonna turn it over to her video.
Thank you, Shobana, for that introduction. So we have done a range of crowdsourcing projects within prizes and challenges towards earth and environmental sciences, from health and medicine challenge, such as the vascular tissue challenge, to innovative technology like the 3D printed habitat challenge that you see in the middle there, to damage assessments using satellite data for the XView 2 challenge. And from these prize and challenge competitions that you see before you, it has been shown that proof of concept can be achieved from these competitions, such as the Green Flight Challenge, which was inspired to develop more fuel-efficient aircrafts. So from all these challenge competitions, my project and what I'm working towards is conducting a historical analysis of the common impacts we see from these projects and how we can measure them for future competitions within prizes and challenges in relation to earth and environmental sciences, with the goals of 1, reviewing past projects and understand what are the common types of impacts we see, and 2, develop a metric to do future impact assessments for prizes and challenges. The desired outcome from this project will be able to see what type of values are generated from these competitions, such as lesson learned, room for improvements, benefits, who benefits mostly from these projects and who does not, and learning experiences gathered from the participants that comes from these challenges, and then see how we can measure these values across all prize and challenge competitions in the future. From my research on how to conduct an impact analysis, there's a process that's commonly done to understand impacts within a project, known as an impact assessment. There are different types of impact assessment plans depending on the project scope and how you measure the impacts within the project. And a few of those impact assessments types are environmental, social, risk policy, well-being, and scientific advancement. And we intend to look at the different types of projects that were done over the years and determine the type of impacts that resulted from each of these projects that we have identified. From our current catalog of identified prizes and challenges, we'll be analyzing one competition to tell its story and apply the same tailored process to future competitions based on our literature review on impact assessments and what we have learned from our research. But we are very open to new ideas that will help us improve the process along the way. The italics are the steps we're currently in right now, which is designing a tailored assessment for prizes and challenges with the goal to standardize an impact assessment plan for prizes and challenges, and asking several questions within them, such as who were the people running the competition, what was the prompt that led to the creation of this competition, who were the key stakeholders, what was the goal of the competition, did we meet that goal, and anything else that came out of it, including like what type of competition was it a video competition, an algorithm competition, and so forth. And then the other step we are currently in is looking at analysis methods for impact assessments and deciding its relevance towards the selected competition we will use for that will be for analysis. And then after these steps are completed, our final goal will be to standardize an impact assessment plan for our prizes and challenges, and then revise the plan with input from experts who are familiar with impact assessment within the field, and in the hope of improving the plan and providing insight along the way as we work on this project. Next, I'd like to showcase some examples of competitions and the types of impact that they may have. The challenge you see before you is the Airathon Air Quality Challenge, and the goal of this competition is to advance the science of estimating surface level air pollutant concentrations such as particulate matter 2.5 and nitrogen dioxide to address air pollution. The results from this competition contributed to the development of more accurate air quality data products from future NASA satellite missions, including Maya and Tempo. This challenge had generated over 1,250 submissions and drew more than 1,000 participants from over 123 countries and from 4 continents. The results that came out of this challenge where participants had used NASA remote sensing data and other Earth data to develop models for estimating the daily levels of air pollutants, highlighted that the added value of incorporating information from multiple models instead of using a single model was very helpful. And that the low computational cost and memory requirements from the Wing solutions provided air quality information in a timely manner to the public. In addition, the competition also had uncovered that missing data from current satellite products made it difficult for participants to develop accurate algorithms, and gaps that may be addressed as higher resolution data from Tempo and Maya satellite missions become available. From this challenge and its intention, the impacts that came out are environmental well-being and technology. Lastly, I would like to talk about the CO2 conversion challenge, whose main goal was to convert carbon dioxide into simple sugars, molecules known as D-sugars, to make useful products such as plastics, adhesives, and fuels for food and medicine that will be used in space. Now, an outcome from this challenge was that scientists were able to develop a process mimicking photosynthesis, which was essentially designing a new way of producing food that could break through the limits normally imposed by biological photosynthesis and address food security challenges with this new system that was invented. Now, scientific advancement would be the identified impact that came from studying this challenge for our impact assessment. So the next steps within our project is to continue to explore impacts and analysis methods such as qualitative and quantitative methods for assessing the impacts for crowdsourcing projects within Earth and environmental science, and then apply those insights towards the development of new projects. And if you have any competition ideas, please reach out to us and we can help facilitate developing challenges around the questions you have for them. And that is it. Thank you, everybody.
That's it. Sure. Thank you.
The last one, Lynn Chambers, as I noted at the beginning, is not here personally and will not be available via Zoom. So we're just playing a video that she has shared with us. If I can find it, Chris.
You're getting your extra stuff.
That's right. Consider this an aerobic event here.
I did get my 10,000 steps today.
Oh, there we go.
Chambers.
I don't know why I don't find that thing. It's, yeah. So we can just go ahead and cue that. Let me, before we run that.
I think Lynn is on.
Oh, is she on?
She's up there. Lynn, are you
Oh,
there?
okay.
Oh, there she is.
All right. Okay, great, wonderful. I have been informed that you weren't going to join
Yeah.
us, so thank
I
you.
wasn't sure that I would, but please just go ahead with the recording.
Okay. Well, let me introduce you first. Lynn Chambers co-leads NASA's Science Activation Program, and I'm always enamored of how many subcategories there are in the NASA organization. A network of community-based lifelong learning projects across the US. From 2016 to 2018, she managed the GLOBE program. She spent 23 years as a researcher in the climate science and aerothermodynamic branches at NASA Langley. She pioneered engagement of students with NASA science through the Students Cloud Observations Online project and the My NASA Data project. So very similar to the other talks we've heard here today.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry that I'm not able to be there in person, but I wanted to tell you the story of how NASA engaged students and the public around the world in observing the environment to support NASA science. With my colleagues, Dr. Allison Leidner, Dr. Amy Chen of NASA headquarters, as well as Dr. Dixon Butler, who I believe is there with you from NASA headquarters, who's retired. So to give you the historical context, what I'm going to talk to you about started very early in the days of the internet. So in 1989, Tim Berners-Lee came up with the idea for the World Wide Web, and hypertext markup language was invented the following year. By 1993, the Mosaic browser was introduced, and so almost as soon as it was technically feasible, NASA and colleagues and others began to work on these programs. So the GLOBE program I'll talk about first was announced on Earth Day of 1994 and launched on Earth Day of 1995. And the school project was conceived in the fall of 1996 and then launched in January of the following year. So part one, I'm going to talk about the Global Learning and Observations to Benefit the Environment program, or GLOBE, which has a website, as you can see there. GLOBE was in the NOAA Authorization Act in 1994, as NOAA was the initial lead agency, and there are more than 15 mentions of GLOBE in this act, as well as more than $15 million across 4 different agencies. So the concept, which came from the White House and Vice President at the time, Al Gore, was for a network of students throughout the world making environmental observations, sharing the resulting data, and then providing useful data to scientists. And an important feature of the GLOBE program was students participate in real science as they make observations and then making a contribution to understanding our global environment. NASA was an assistant in this process, and our initial role was to develop the GLOBE visualization system, which allowed students basically in real time to graph, map, compare their data to others, look at change over time, etc. So it was a pretty cutting-edge visualization system in the early days of the internet. GLOBE was an international program, is an international program. So actually in 1995, in February, there was a United Nations resolution about GLOBE, and I've just got the beginning of it here, but you can read the full text at the link which is under the title. GLOBE started in that year between the announcement and the launch through multiple conversations and workshops involving 8 U.S. agencies and departments, plus the White House, and you can see the list here of characters. And there were 11 countries initially, in addition to the U.S., who are involved. And the result of that is the initial draft of the GLOBE Program Teacher's Guide from spring 1995, which you can see here, and which grew substantially over the years. You can see also in the box here that the GLOBE program from the beginning was a science and education program, and that it also had this international component. So there was a director for international programs. And I wanted to highlight 2 people here in this list who are still involved with the GLOBE program. So Tony Murphy is the current director of the GLOBE Implementation Office, and Lynn Wigbells is the current international coordinator for GLOBE. There at the beginning. This just to show you kind of the results of the early years of GLOBE from the year 6 evaluation report from SRI. You can see that there was a substantial effort at the beginning to train teachers. So over 1,000 teachers per year trained in the US, something like 700, 800 on average trained internationally in the first 5 or 6 years of the program. And as a result, you can see that the number of schools involved on the right did increase substantially from the beginning. And you can also see here, this is by month, so summer in the Northern Hemisphere definitely shows up as a time when fewer students are taking measurements. In 2003, NASA took over the leadership of the GLOBE program for a variety of reasons, and that continues to this day. One other big feature of GLOBE is these learning expeditions, which are semi-Olympic in that they happen sort of on average every 4 years. So gatherings in different parts of the world, drawing students from across the GLOBE countries to get together for several days. They do observations in that local environment, work with each other, learn about each other, present to each other. So it's a really neat interchange that is enabled by the GLOBE program. And just to give you kind of the summary through the years, the top graph shows the funding, which varied by agency, emphasis through the years. You can also see at the end, there's an investment from the NASA Science Activation Program, which I helped direct, which is not aimed at GLOBE infrastructure, but at GLOBE activities. So it's a little bit different flavor. Then you can see through 2020 the amount of data collected, as well as the number of publications, which have waxed and waned over time a little bit in concert with the funding. And you can see at the bottom, the small orange bars are science papers using GLOBE data, which you can see is a small fraction. So a lot of emphasis on the education piece and on the technology piece of GLOBE. So part 2 is the Students Cloud Observations Online or SCHOOL project. Again, URL there, though what's left there is only a little at this point. So SCHOOL was a grassroots effort, an idea generated in conversation with a middle school teacher in fall of 1996, and then developed iteratively by a small group of scientists and educators based at NASA Langley Research Center. And you can see here some of the materials that we developed for GLOBE over those years. GLOBE is SCHOOL is a small and focused project grounded in science. And so here we're looking at what is the effect of clouds on Earth's climate. And you can see in the picture there a group of students from South America who came to visit. And there we are talking to them about the energy budget, which is the reason for the project. GLOBE was developed, as I said, iteratively. And so going back to the history, the very first observation was made with students in person in a local middle school, and then the students sent data by postcard in the old days. We then tested an email interface with a remote school in a small town in Montana, and then tested a web interface with a local school, and then proceeded to the larger scale. So really early in the internet and early in the adoption of the internet by schools. The very first day that we went and observed clouds with students was a completely clear day, and the students were quite disappointed, but that was a very important moment for us because it allows us to reinforce to them as well as subsequently that zero is data, and it's actually a very important piece of data in this context. Going back through my records, I found a surprising number of photos like these. So these are classrooms of students from Central America, South America, Europe, the US, who basically took ownership of this project and made it their own and were really excited to participate with NASA. You can see the happy birthday for one of our satellites in the top middle picture there. So in 2016, SCHOOL and GLOBE joined together because we had some commonalities. And as a result of that, the GLOBE Observer app was launched. So basically the SCHOOL Cloud Observation Protocol combined with the GLOBE Clouds Protocol to become the GLOBE Clouds Protocol. And we have this now app-based tool that allows citizen scientists and students in any GLOBE country to very easily take data with a tool that many of them have in their pockets all the time and to easily upload that to the GLOBE program. It also allows several other observations such as mosquito habitat. So what that enabled is quite amazing. You can see an example here on the left. A week before the 2017 eclipse, we had 287 observations across the US. On the day of the eclipse, over 20,000 sites reported cloud data, and you can actually see the path of totality through this data. So really allowed many more people to participate in science. So today, GLOBE is in 127 countries, over 230 million measurements, nearly 250,000 citizen scientists, and of that, almost 4 million measurements of clouds from more than 185,000 sites. And just this month, we celebrated a major milestone with the millionth match between an observation from the ground and the satellite. And you can see here in the green what this person reported from the ground, and then compared to a couple of satellites to see the view from the top. So that's the story I want to tell, and I hope to be able to answer some questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
Well, I would get back to that. So, you wonder, I owe you dinner and a movie.
Is there any other ones? Or is this it?
Yeah, just well, whatever the basic conference start pages. Yeah. There we go. All right, so time for Q&A, and our pattern has been to let me offer an introductory question to kind of get things rolling. A very rich set of papers and a topic with many dimensions to it. But I'm struck by the multiplicity of programs within NASA, and I think both Emily and Scout can sort of kind of add into this question as well. And that's what is the nature of the conversations between these programs that exist? They seem to have very closely aligned objectives and are kind of working and overlapping with some of the seemingly the same audiences, especially when you're kind of talking about secondary school students. But the other thing that's embedded in that, of course, in terms of these potential conversations that may or may not be happening, is that there's a strong geopolitical element to this whole exercise, right, in terms of the reach of these programs involving students in other countries, which raises the question of what are the sets of expertises that kind of potentially are embedded in these programs that help both the immediate objectives that were defined in many of these papers, but also those objectives to create a kind of geopolitical outreach to students in many countries across the world. So I think, kind of that question of how these things talk to each other and the question of expertise that's required to kind of carry off these multinational kinds of efforts under the umbrella of education or student involvement. Hopefully that question makes sense, especially to the NASA colleagues. And if you are free to weigh in, certainly for those coming in via Zoom, don't be shy. And speak your mind on any of the stuff that makes you do you have I'm particularly intrigued, for example, with you, Victor, right? You're giving your background.
Yeah.
How do you come to be involved in something like this, right?
Yeah, and I can get us started on with that. Apologize for I think for how much do we talk to each other, the short answer is not as much as we should. There are alignments in our goals, in that there's an element of outreach, there's an element of education, and speaking from the prizes and challenges side, there is an element of outreach and education. However, the primary goal is getting a solution that is desired by our NASA colleagues or our federal colleagues. So for our particular purposes, our activities are guided by that primary goal, and outreach and public engagement is sort of secondary spokes on that goal, so to speak. So we work very closely with communications team. We work very closely with our public affairs and education team, but only if they make sense for the project that we are working on right now. For example, if it's a challenge specifically targeted to, let's say, secondary school-aged kids. And then to your question about what sort of expertise is needed to manage these international potential relationships, I think we have lots of international engagements through many different programs. So all of our team members are excellent role models to follow in how to engage with different organizations. For the challenges side, we can either partner with other space agencies, for example, with one of our international hackathons. We partner with 10 other space agencies to help reach students in different countries. And it's actually, some of these programs become great opportunities for diplomacy with other nations. So not only are we educating and reaching people, the general public, and informing them about what we are working on, understanding what their priorities are, but then we're also able to showcase that to their leadership, that look, your crowds are interested in this as well. So it becomes a good platform to have some diplomatic relationships with you.
Yeah, and I'll jump in here as well, if you can hear me okay.
Very well, thank you.
Okay, good. So yeah, the GLOBE program in particular does have this component of science diplomacy. It was probably too small to see on the chart, but the State Department is a partner with GLOBE, and they in particular help to negotiate the bilateral agreements for each country. So there are 127 countries in GLOBE now. All of them have a negotiated bilateral agreement to participate in GLOBE. The other thing that I'll mention is the mosquito habitat concept that I showed you on that app actually was added to the app thanks to the State Department. So they wanted something at the time that the Zika virus was in full force in South America. They wanted a way to help countries and public health experts in those areas to try to reduce the incidence. So it was through State Department support and working with NASA that we developed that, and we now have trained hundreds of public health experts across the tropics who then can use that to engage the public in identifying and mitigating mosquito breeding habitat. So it's very integrated.
I was just going to touch on mainly the international engagement and communication that way in reference to the James Webb live broadcast that happened this summer. NASA partnering with companies like the Canadian Space Institute and the European Space Agency, and the connections that we have with those other reliable resources made it such a monumental experience for everyone around the world. And so I think just having that reliance on NASA as a trusted resource, again, with communications is just so important. And that allows us to communicate with other global agencies such as the European Space Agency. And so I think just relying on NASA as that resource that we all can trust allows us to do that, especially with James Webb broadcasts and the great pictures.
So the discussion about the conversation between highlights and NASA and the expertise that was for the articles that got published in highlights. Highlights actually had pretty close connections to NASA. Jack Myers, who was one of the early, he's a biologist at the University of Texas. He was one of the early people to talk about the life support system development in the late 50s. He was the son of Gary Myers, who was the editor and founder of Highlights magazine. So Jack Myers wrote frequently for the magazine. He had a column regularly beginning in the 60s and beyond. They had people from, Jack Westfall was an engineer at JPL, and he wrote articles for them. They had, I never remember his first name, Huberto Strughold, who y'all heard from the Mars Jars presentation. Jordan talked about him. But Strughold's secretary wrote articles for Highlights as well. So they had a lot of it. They had very Pulitzer Prize-winning journalists and all sorts of different people who are connected in different ways to NASA writing these articles. So there was a conversation from NASA coming into Highlights for kids that way.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Did you trace those connections and sort of see how they were seen either way? Is that part of your research?
Open the floor to questions. And since we're such a small audience, I will point at people if you don't ask a question. Yes.
Okay, so I was wondering, in thinking about pre-teens and their interest in spaceflight, and since the presentation covered 1960 to 1980, that includes the time that the Apollo 1 fire happened, the Apollo 13 year tragedy. So I was wondering how that might affect popular perceptions.
So they didn't cover any of that kind of stuff. They rarely mention Soviets. It gets a little more mention once we're in Daytona in the 70s. They don't talk about the Vanguard failures. While they're talking about the Vanguard rockets, they're not talking about the failures. They don't talk about Apollo 1 or Apollo 13. They don't mention any of that. So they have this very tight policy of not wanting to scare kids. So, you know, I mean, that just didn't get in. They don't talk about the Cuban Missile Crisis. They don't talk, a lot of those big sort of events that are happening. They don't. The Kennedy assassination was really the only sort of scary sort of event. And they had an issue where they had a couple of pages of kids' letters expressing how sad they were about Kennedy being shot. But that was really the only kind of current event that was scary or frightening that they accomplished. They just avoided that altogether entirely.
Jonathan.
Yes. But there are major unexpected challenges in achieving or knowing what should be put back
For the people on Zoom, let me just repeat that the best I can. It's just an assessment of the programs and what their future prospects and challenges are in doing what hasn't been done yet. Is that correct?
both, it can be both future oriented, also knowing if you were going back at the beginning of some programs saying, hey, look out for that, with that sand trap. I guess what were some of the unexpected challenges? Trying to forge people. This media gave forging 127 negotiated by that. Must have been a major template of learning, but also in
So the question points specifically to the complexities on a geopolitical scale of working through a series of bilateral agreements between NASA or the US and other countries. So I guess perhaps, first of all, this is a question for you, Lynn.
Okay, sorry, the question, I couldn't really hear the questioner, so was there something specific about that he was asking?
Yeah, so I think, say, in relationship to the GLOBE project, what were some of the foundational challenges that you recognized at the time, perhaps other challenges that you did not? But one of them that sort of comes to the surface is this question of just how you negotiate 127 bilateral agreements to get the program on a broad footing internationally.
Yeah, so I was not there at the beginning, so I can't speak too much. As I did mention, there were 11 countries that were involved at the beginning, so it was initially, I think, a sort of a multilateral discussion with those first dozen countries. And then the agreement, the global agreement, is basically a boilerplate template. So once it was agreed to, it is what it is, right? Because the program has to be. And so it's a question of getting other countries to agree to that same agreement, basically. I was involved, as you said in my intro, I was involved for about 3 years, 2016 to 2018, 2 years. And I can tell you that there is a long process of negotiation. Even to this day, there are still countries that are joining. Belize joined earlier this year. And there are a number of countries that we were having conversations with back in 2016 who still haven't joined. There are some countries who did join and have fallen out because of issues with the fact that the data are public. So there's certain countries that really don't want environmental data from their country to be available on a NASA website. So it is a very complex process. And again, State Department is key to that, but it is basically one agreement that they all would have to then agree to. Details vary as to who the parties are exactly within the country, but it's basically the same agreement. If that answers the question.
Thank you, Lynn. Interesting, we have 2 graduate students on panel, right? So they're coming into this sort of field of NASA and communications, especially with kind of educationally oriented audiences from a kind of, kind of beginning career perspective. So I'd be interested in Diana and Emily's sort of reflections on what it's like to walk into this world and, contribute or participate in the way you contribute.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was definitely intimidating at first, being able to meet all these just very smart scientists and just people working at NASA, but they know that you're there for a reason and know that you want to get the most out of an internship as much as you can. And so I think they kind of just threw me in there and they were like, do your best, like you can prove yourself and show that you can do video production overall and even live broadcasts. Like the internship is about you. But going into it, it's a very different process in a government agency compared to productions outside of it. And there's a lot of hoops that you have to jump through, a lot of communication, a lot of verification. So coming from information from the scientists to scripting a story to getting scientific approval to the scientific visualization studio, making sure that's accurate. And so even like a 30-second video could take months potentially. And so that's why this summer I only cranked out one video. Just not enough time. Thank you. But things like that can just take so long. And so that's what I was saying when NASA, their Earth Science video production team with COVID became so much more efficient in using archival footage that had already been approved scientifically and just in general. And so they were able to crank out videos like once a week with only 1 to 2 producers working on video. And so I think learning that entire process, especially for a government agency, was really eye-opening.
Did you want to add anything, Diana?
Hi, I am full agreement with Emily. When I first came into this internship, it was like I should backtrack. Like I initially thought that this community, like when you hear NASA, it's such a big organization and there's so much histories to it that it feels intimidating at first and there's some anxiety to it. But when I approached for apply for the internship, I met Shobana and she opened up a path and an audience for me in NASA and introduced me to a lot of amazing people in the organization this past summer. And you could tell that they're all just not just amazing scientists and researchers, but people overall with amazing insights and questions to help our society. And I have learned that the structure is different in a government agency compared to thesis research or research compared to academic, and the process is different, but they want you to walk away with your own ambitions and your own objectives and what you want to do and help tailor what you want to learn and what you want to experience with NASA and your overall goal in life, and to show you that there is more to NASA than what is normally perceived.
Thank you. Nancy, did you want to jump into our session in any way? You don't have to.
No, yeah, I will say that Diana has been amazing intern working with Shobana and as a team of interns. And so NASA really is dedicated to having interns come in and out of NASA. And I mean, we learn a lot from interns as well as they learn from us. So I think it's been a really great energetic commitment that we have at headquarters. And so I think that I would say that. Second thing I was going to add was back to your question. Lynn and I both do communicate, and but not enough, as Shobana said, we're all busy with our own things, and yet I recognize that where Globe is and where Severe is has overlap country-wise, and so we do have success stories of connection, but they're kind of from the regions, not from us being able to make it happen. These agreements that Lynn talks about are at the Ministry of Education level, and so very high in their educational system. And Severe is working more at the working level of staff working with And so the connections, I think, between the different levels of government isn't very there. On the other hand, I see the value that they just figure out how to do that. We just haven't been able to figure it out. And I think that the other thing is that the educational systems that are used around the world are very different. So, space system, but you don't find that same educational system everywhere else. So even that connection isn't always. And honestly, if you go to some places, many kids barely get to primary school, let alone get into secondary school. Pay to go to secondary school, get into secondary school. So there's a lot of barriers, I think, for kids. Places, some places, I do think there's potential, and so when you're at the State Department, and you can make a difference for us. So, I think that GLOBE is such a great diplomatic tool. Right? That's why state likes it. Right? It's easy to bring that education, knowledge to the country. We just did it with the State Department funded program. What's really cool about that little thing of work is that RSET training program, Severe's involved, GLOBE's involved, Develop, which is a kid experiential learning program, is involved. With any students here in the US. And so that was my little experiment field, trying to put everything together. But then we had COVID, right as we got the resources, and that really blew it. I mean, it didn't blow it, but my ability to connect was less.
Any other questions, comments from the audience? I'll throw one more in here as we're winding down towards closing time. It builds off a little bit of Emily's work, right? It's this question of environmental visuals and what visuals communicate to different kinds of audiences. I've spent a little bit of time at the Goddard Science Visualization Laboratory. And I don't know if Horace Mitchell is still working there or not. He's retired at this point. But they tailor make those primarily for congressional audiences, right? When NASA has to go up and testify and support programs, typically, I presume. But they're obviously for the video you worked on, that was a different kind of audience. But it's a way to communicate environmental issues, sometimes with word overlays, but fundamentally it's the visual themselves that are communicating particular kinds of messages. I don't know whether folks in the audience had thoughts about this, or our colleagues still left here on the panel want to add anything to that, but it seems to be a very, very important dimension of this question about how NASA does outreach.
And then I think with the Scientific Visualization Studio, what the Earth Science production team mainly got from them was more visually compelling aspects. So not typically for a government audience, but more for a generalized audience. Like, for example, over the summer, the California wildfires, we were trying to create a visualization that shows what it's like being in that area and going over the mountains. And it was completely just accurate to a T. And so being able to see that, because we can't take a lot of videos of that because of the smoke and we can't see it in real time, is compelling to an audience. And also, since we can't be biased or get into politics and all that kind of stuff, and there's a fine line when it comes to talking about climate change, I think it's better to show than tell, and the Scientific Visualization Studio does that with their kind of future visualizations, but also the production team does that through their videography and going out on expeditions and showing the impacts of climate change that we're starting to see already, and showing that in an effective video that they create afterwards.
Comments. I've used visualization for years now. Also had a chance to go to other there on site. And I gotta say, it's so underused by academics like me. I don't know how to get the word out there, but these visualizations, some of them are spectacular. They really work for public especially, I think that's one thing. And a lot of public marketing audiences really respond to students as well. Right? There's one visualization in particular where you can see just the amount of data that NASA takes in. It's really powerful. That gets people immediately to realize why we need to find models to make sense of it, right? But then also just how much is actually available on this platform. And even now, I just wonder how to get the word out there. This is so easy to do for all kinds of climate education and climate. Yeah. So yeah, like how do you get the word out?
I think in utilization of the studio, it's more of, they're a pretty small team. The one at Goddard, at least, it's about, I think, 8-ish. I could be wrong, but they get requests for a lot of things. And so they're backed up with a bunch of stuff, and we have meetings weekly where we talk to the studio and make sure that everything's accurate according to our science, and little visual tweaks that we see but they don't see, so like more artistic tweaks on the videos. But I feel like since there's so many people working with the scientific visualization studio, it's hard to get personal things in there, if that makes sense. So like a scientist could very well go to the studio and say, hey, I need this to be visualized, like the Hunga Tonga volcano, I need to show the evolution of it. And they'll be like, okay, we'll get that to you. I guess it's just waiting for it, and it takes a long time for them to produce those visuals because the production team is also very anal about little tweaks. So it takes a lot of time, and I think people should take advantage of it more. They just may not get it as soon as they hope.
I did ask for something I never read.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So I have a, can I have a follow-up?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So I mentioned the Earth Information Center yesterday, right? In the keynote panel, and it's in the beginning of design, honestly, quite nascent. But I do think about that a lot, actually. Like science visualization studio is known for its absolutely amazing, incredible stuff, but we also know that it takes forever. And so how do you get from this copious amount of data to something that speaks to people? And I would segment those people, right? Because right now we're only making it much more complex. You know, the ESAR is going to have terabytes a day, right? So that's our next satellite, right? So we're just only going to have more and more data. But I think it's that going from that data, I was really struck by the ozone hole conversation last night. Like how you went from a graph to a hole, and then that got the people to understand it, right? But you don't have time to create a science visualization video. You then go to that point, right? Something like a little pictures, turn time from data to the. Any thoughts? Anybody have any ideas on how to get to the visualization piece?
It's tough because usually the producers say there's this event or there's this data that we've noticed a trend in and we want to visualize. But they do that and then they have to explain what they're hoping to see. So they're trying to relay verbally, I want to see this, this, and this when you create the visualization, but also I want it to be accurate. And so sometimes it can be a bit of a disappointment receiving the animations back and it's not exactly what you intended, but it is scientifically accurate. So I think there's also what makes it take so much time is that disparity between producer and the visualizer. And also, but we have also the conceptual animators. And so that's also an important part of visualizing potential data as well. So I feel like we don't take as much advantage of the conceptual animators as we do scientific visualization because there is so much factual evidence of events happening around the world right now that we want to show audiences, and it's more reliable because it is happening than something more conceptual. But I think that's where the disparity is.
Would educating the scientists more visual standpoint, this is what we should be thinking about, or this is what would help us faster, early negotiation
I think the main lag in coming out with the scientific visualization is just the time that it takes for them, because with a team of only 8 animators and you're doing in-depth coding, and I don't even know how it all works. It's an enigma to me, but that takes a long time. And I think the main thing is that if we had a bigger scientific visualization team, then we'd be able to crank out a bunch more and a lot faster. And I think that would also help the production team also produce more videos. But then again, it's all just to talk about money and funding and getting more people.
We're right down to the ragged end. I want to be sure that if Diana or Lynn have any short final comment on anything at all, go ahead and share it at this point.
Nothing from me, thanks.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank both of you for kind of tuning in and bearing with us. I know it's a little bit hard to hear things here from the room. Obviously, a big shout out to Chris, who saved my behind here. Is one of the principal organizers and posters. Go ahead and enjoy the hurricane.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a great time.
Is Horace still there?
I don't know. I'm at NASA headquarters, but I got it.
But anyway,
Oh,
when I was sitting down, I